We're going to have the welcoming ceremony by Amelia Reina. She is an esteemed colleague, friend with the TEK expert group. Amelia?
Buen día a todos y cada uno de ustedes. Bienvenidos.
Good morning. Welcome to this event. And I would like to first thank the giver of life, and then I would like to thank each one of you for being here, the guardians of the four points and the guardians of your hearts. My grandmother used to tell me that when you carry a container of water, that it seems that the water is wasted, but it's not the case. When time goes by and you see what has happened, you'll see that that water that has been spilled is creating life, and it leaves flowers and some plants, something green. And on the other side, where the container doesn't have that leak, it's nothing, it's plain, there's no life. My grandmother used to tell me that this meant that the knowledge, like everything we live and everything we learn, we have to give it little by little, and we have to give it to everybody, and it will be reborn in something new. I thank for these wise words from my ancestors, and I invite you to be that drop of water that is falling from this container, so that each one of you, when you take this knowledge with you, can duplicate it and it can flower in somebody. Thank you and welcome.
Buenos días, bonjour. Good morning. My name is Octaviana Trujillo, and I'm the chair of the Joint Public Advisory Committee for 2023. I'm very pleased to join you here today, along with my colleagues from Canada, Mexico, and the United States, hosting our second public forum of the year on community-based conservation of freshwater resources, forging alliances for water stewardship. We were very honored to have participated in the TEK-EG-led event that took place on Monday and Tuesday, where we had the opportunity to hear about the vital role that TEK and Indigenous stewardship practices play in the protection of their local freshwater resources, ensuring the longevity of this vital resource for present and future generations. It is clear that the environment challenges we are facing today as a result of climate change impact all of us, but in particular, Indigenous and local communities, as well as underserved populations. Building on the conversations that took place for the last couple of days, our forum today will highlight community-led efforts to address freshwater conservation and its sustainable use with a strong focus on partnerships. It will have four main components, beginning with welcoming remarks by the CEC Executive Director, Jorge Daniel Tallant, and followed by the first session, Restoring Access to Water, the Long Road. A second, on responsible watershed management practices, and a third on water restoration, collaborations between communities and governments. We will also hear a report from the U.S. National and Governmental Advisory Committee representatives, as well as an update on the status of the Submission on Enforcement Matters, SEM, and an open dialogue segment where we will provide all of you with an opportunity to share other examples of successful collaborations, alliances, and to raise other issues you wish to share with JPAC. I'm also very pleased to mention that our event is being webcast live simultaneously in Spanish, English, and French. As some of you may know, JPAC has made extensive use of electronic tools such as Facebook and video broadcasts to ensure citizens in the three countries, regardless of location or language, have access to timely information on North American environmental issues. For those of you unfamiliar with JPAC, allow me to give you a few explanatory remarks. JPAC is composed of 9 volunteer citizens, 3 appointed by each party. Our mandate is to provide advice to the Council consisting of the cabinet-level environmental ministers of the 3 countries in North America on any matter within the scope of the Agreement on Environmental Cooperation and perform any other function the Council may direct. JPAC's vision is to promote continental cooperation and ecosystem protection and sustainable economic development, and to ensure active public participation and transparency in the actions of the Commission. The members share a commitment to preserve and enhance the North American environment and to achieve a sustainable society. JPAC works by consensus as independent individuals who contribute diverse institutional experience and cultural perspectives. JPAC creates working groups every year comprising of 1 person per country from among its members. Their mandate is to provide a draft advice to Council on a specific issue for JPAC approval and to attend selected CEC meetings on behalf of the JPAC. We typically meet with the public 2 times a year, rotating among the 3 countries. One of these meetings always held in conjunction with the regular session of Council. The JPAC chair also participates in meetings of the alternate representatives, and the full committee meets with the Council once a year during an in-camera session. I now ask the JPAC members to introduce themselves. We're going to begin with Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob Varney, member of the US JPAC, and I come from the state of New Hampshire.
Muy buenos días a todas, a todos. Esteban Escamilla Prado, integrante.
Good morning, Esteban Escamilla Prado, also member of JPAC. I'm professor at the Chapingo University, and I'm working with coffee in the different regions in the country. I'm advising the federal program, Sembrando Vida.
Is it on? Yeah, it's on. Hang on. My name is Felicia Marcus. I'm a JPAC member from the United States. I'm in California at Stanford's Water and West program and have worked both in government at EPA and at the state level and local level and with national environmental NGOs.
Thank you. Before we begin, and as you can see on the screens, we have a poll asking all of you where you are from. Please click on the appropriate response if you haven't done so already. Also, please note that throughout the event, you will be able to submit your questions via the chat function on Zoom. And for those of you in the room that prefer not to come to the microphones and ask a question, please write that question, comment on a piece of paper and raise your hand so that Georgina, who's standing right here, can pass by and pick them up. Okay. I think we have someone else to present themselves online. Ana Rafael.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to participate. My name is Anne Raphael Audouin. I'm the CEO for Nuki Corporation, and I am a JPAC representative for Canada. Thank you.
Anyone else that's online? No? Okay. I would like to introduce the CEC Executive Director, Jorge Daniel Tallant, to give welcoming remarks. Jorge Daniel Tallant is a seasoned global advocate for environmental justice and environmental protection. His career spans several decades working with international development agencies as an advisor to governments, as with civil society organizations in Latin America and around the world, promoting innovative approaches to environmental protection, fostering sustainability criteria in international development finance, and by working to promote greater corporate accountability in the area of sustainable development. Jorge Daniel.
Good morning, everyone. Pleased to have you here today. Fantastic that we were able to bring the TK and JPAC together again. That seems to be a trend that is so explosive and so welcome at the CC. Your voice is important. It's very important in the current crisis that we're facing. But your engagement is even more important. And that's my key message for you today. The JPAC is a fundamental body of the CC and of all of our work. It's our link to communities. And as we're seeing with the participation of Indigenous communities through our TKG, through the experts group, it is ever more important that we bring the voice of those that are most affected to the table, not to consult them, but to engage them, to sit side by side, to learn together, to work together, to develop our programs together, to have the input of those that are most affected by our triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. This is what we're working on now because this is what is most urgent. These are the priorities of countries around the world who have identified the most severe climate instability and environmental instability that we're facing. We're facing a possible mass extinction of our biodiversity if we can't work together to protect nature, to live in more harmony with nature, to live in a more ecologically balanced relationship with nature, something we discussed over the last few days while we've been here. I want to recognize Octaviana's role this last year as chair of the JPAC. And it's been so fundamental to have an Indigenous leader as chair. I think that has really changed the flavor of the meetings that we've had and the collaboration that we've been able to have with the TK. So you've set a very high bar. And I hope that we continue to operate in this way, that we continue to engage with our TK, and that we find ways to hear the voice of our stakeholders, of those that work with us and for whom we work. Because that really, at the end of the day, is most important. And I hope that you will challenge us, and that's really that first message that I mentioned. Only if you challenge us can we deliver what you need and what the groups that you represent are claiming and are calling for. That collaboration is fundamental. We are a big family here at the CC through our partners, through the groups that we have engaged over the years, the parties, the public officials that engage with us in the 3 countries, the JPAC members and the TK members. And if there's one thing that we're hearing from everyone is that need to engage, that need for us to work together. And this collaboration with the Indigenous representatives of TK has been fantastic, but you've got another group that's sitting there on the sideline really wanting to engage, and that's youth. And youth has come up throughout our meetings, it's been coming up through all of our work, and we need to find a way to incorporate youth also in everything we do, because the intergenerational nature of the work that we do is fundamental. And youth voice, youth participation, youth engagement is changing the way that we do things around the world. And I think it's going to bring a great dynamic to the CC. So I hope you have a great meeting. We'll be here with you for the day. Happy to engage in any way that we can. And the Secretariat is at your service, and push us and make us work alongside with you in the most effective ways possible. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Jorge Daniel. And now we're going to have.
Thank you so much, Jorge Daniel. And now we're going to have our first panel session.
Felicia Marcus is going to be our moderator. Felicia.
I don't know which one of these, whichever works. I know it's hard to hear sometimes in this room. Well, buenos dias, bonjour, and hi. Quite honored to be here, and I'm particularly honored to be moderating this esteemed panel of experts this morning. But first, I want to acknowledge, it has been acknowledged, but I want to acknowledge as well the honor and privilege of witnessing the TEK Freshwater Summit of the last 2 days. They were amazing. The day was amazing. The people, the voices, the wisdom, and the generosity of spirit coupled with a passion for respectful progress were really inspiring and motivating. So thank you for allowing those of us who are not from Indigenous communities and have that heritage from time immemorial for allowing us to share in that learning, in the discussion, and in thinking about how the CEC can help in some way. We opened the CEC, the JPAC meeting, though, in support of our great colleagues on the TEK expert group by focusing on a water issue that all 3 nations have focused on, the issue of restoring access to water to Indigenous communities. Each country is quite different in their legal and governance structures and in their relationships to the Indigenous people who share their boundaries. It's a complex and challenging area, one in which there's been progress over the last 2 decades in particular, so some momentum is finally there, but there's still a very long road ahead. So this panel builds on the discussion begun on Monday in particular. One of the values of the CEC has been the fostering of 3-country dialogues to share progress and challenges, and I hope this one will lay a foundation for the deeper discussions that are going to be required to do the job we need to do. Next slide, thank you. So I'm going to start with an overview. And this picture, yeah, it's an overview spot, and some of you will recognize it. It's at Yosemite National Park in California, one of the most beautiful places on Earth, and a place where the national park and the valley are named allegedly after the Yosemite tribe. There is no Yosemite tribe. It was a mistake of translation, which I know many of you know many of those. It's actually Miwok Band of California Indigenous people, but it's beautiful as an overview that I love, as one of my favorite places and stops in the world, a place I take visitors every time, a place I go virtually every year, at least once, a place to touch base with the universe, with those I love, and with myself. In my experience, there's something about being in nature that allows for a deeper honesty with ourselves and with others, and that brings to the fore feelings of gratitude, of motivation, of passion, a place to take a deep breath and be happy to be alive and to be grateful for so many things. So I share it with you at the start of this day. There's been a dramatic change in the dialogue and action around restoring access to water to Indigenous peoples co-located in the 3 North American countries. And yet, as I mentioned before, a very long road left to restore at least a portion of that access to fresh water. This panel will try to illuminate some of those issues in the brief time we have, and some of those examples of where progress is being made to lay a foundation for continuing conversations about how to accelerate the restoration of rights and access in practice, not just on paper. The issues are legal, they are historical, they are political and economic, and yet after decades or over a century in many cases, or centuries, efforts are underway, albeit slow, to address some of these inequities in the current prevailing water tenure regimes in our 3 countries. So our panelists are going to share briefly a quick sense of the issues in their nations and some examples of action on the ground and ground yet to cover. I am going to first introduce the panelists, and then I'm going to come back in and give a very brief overview of the US setting with particular attention to the Colorado River, where a lot of activity is taking place, so that Professor Hopkins, our last speaker on the panel, can focus on a very exciting current effort that he is actually helping to negotiate right now, this week, which is why he will be here virtually on the US-Mexico border with the Yaqui people. We'll next move to the panelists, all of the panelists' presentations, and then I'll start our discussion with some questions, starting with the JPAC members. And I say that because we do that not to be elite, but this is a working meeting for the JPAC from which we need to produce a report and advice to the ministers. So we do tend to start with the JPAC, and we can go to the TEKEG as well to help inform the advice that we will need to give to the ministers. And then I'll turn to the audience Q&A, both in the room and online, and then I'll have a closing question, a lightning round question. So without further ado, let's move to the panelist introductions. Next slide. Our three esteemed panelists, there's more information online about them. I can't do them justice, but I'm very honored to be here with them. Kathy Hodgson-Smith, you all already know as the member and facilitator of the TEK expert group and as an attorney who represents the Métis Nation and people and others. She's also very active on a variety of national and international policy issues for the Métis, and she's on does it for the Métis National Council. Professor Rodrigo Gutierrez Rivas is a researcher and coordinator of the human rights area at the National Autonomous University of Mexico Legal Research Institute, specializing in political science and constitutional law. His research work includes the human right to water issues, indigenous rights to consultation, and many other topics. Professor James Hopkins is Algonquin Métis from Quebec. He's currently an associate clinical professor at the University of Arizona in the Indigenous Peoples Law and Policy program, and is also an affiliated professor of American Indian Studies and Latin American Studies. His area of interest is the intersection between trade, tax, and Aboriginal law. So, very esteemed panel. Next slide, please. So this is a crazy brief overview, and in fact, Professor Jeanette Wolfley did a great job setting the stage for us on Monday, which made life easier for me, but just a few opening thoughts to allow Professor Hopkins to be able to focus on the Yaqui settlement that he's working on right now. And there will inevitably be questions later if you're interested after the break, and either Professor Hopkins or I can answer. Professor Wolfley, if she's here, can answer, and so can Jennifer Pitt, who will be on the next panel. So you have plenty of Colorado River experts in the room. I think the first thing, and this was something that Professor Wolfley said yesterday, is that in the Western United States, water rights are built on that seniority system, the first in time, first in right. And you will notice the irony of that, because it is quite clear that tribes were first in time, but they have not been first in right in practice, which is an irony that is coming to the fore politically, certainly along the Colorado River, but also in California in front of the state legislature, as we struggle with figuring out how to deal with the clear inequity in and irony of the system that so-called, where we started first in time, first in right, after we had dispossessed, killed, and disenfranchised the Native people who really were here first. So a very timely issue, and one that is really being engaged in many places. I would add also that in the Western United States, you have the first in time, first in right seniority system to deal with shortages because of our variable hydrology. In the East, it's not done that way. In the eastern part of the United States, it's more allocated with some sense of equity at the time, but where people come back to the states every 20 or 30 years to have to renew their licenses and make their argument for their water. So both manage differently. Professor Wolfley talked about the Winters decision early in the 1900s that set the priority date for federally recognized tribes as the date of their treaty. The challenge is not all federally recognized tribes, even if federally recognized, have a signed treaty, because at the time of the gold and silver rushes in Nevada and California, to take one example, the US stopped signing treaties because they didn't want to give the land to the native people. So within Nevada and California, for example, many tribes don't have treaties, so they don't have that date that they can rely on to try and get their water rights. Even if you have a signed treaty and a priority date, as was mentioned Monday, tribes still need to settle with the states they are co-located in because of the fact that the water was allocated by the federal government to the states, and they have priority. So you end up with these sometimes multi-decade long negotiations with the federal government involved, the tribes involved, very expensive, and with the states who don't want to give up their water, because in our system, the states manage water allocation first and foremost, as opposed to the federal government, except certain cases where you have a multi-state river system where the federal government can either come in to help be a part of or manage an interstate region, or in the peculiar case of the Colorado River, also where they run public works and dams that they manage. So it's a very complex overlay, and many tribes do not have their water rights settled. Many tribes do not have the resources to settle those rights, and it can take decades. Some have succeeded more recently, and even though their rights were settled, they didn't have the authority to lease their water to others, as opposed to using their water for their own homelands. They don't have necessarily the resources or the money to build the infrastructure necessary to use the water. And so in some cases, tribes who have their water rights, when they have the legal ability to lease their water, say to urban areas, say Phoenix, will do so in order to obtain the money they need to build the infrastructure so that they can rely on the water. And then, of course, not all tribes are federally recognized. So we have many tribes in the United States who don't have the advantage of the Winters Doctrine and are struggling to figure out how to make good, how to help their people develop economically and have the basic water and sanitation that people need for life. There's also on that side a huge human right to water movement happening in many parts of the US. Hasn't taken hold, but an amazing coalition, Water and Tribes initiative, has been successful in getting billions of dollars allocated from the federal government to help try and extend water lines and the like for water and sanitation across Indian country. And so there's a lot going on. It's on paper rather than in practice so far, but something very encouraging. Next slide. Colorado River example, again, a very long story I won't get into, but just to say there are 29 or 30, I see both numbers, federally recognized tribes on the main stem and the tributaries of the river. I think there are 10 on the main stem itself. 22 of those have settled rights over the past couple of decades, which is much better than when I worked on these issues back in the 1990s. And as I said, of those, some are able to use their allocations and others are selling water to support their communities and gain resources. I already talked about the tribal allocation coming out of the state in which it's in. Because of that, you have intense political pressure. For example, quite a few of the tribes, largest number of the tribes on the Colorado are in Arizona, and therefore in Arizona, those issues and settlements are the most hard fought. So for example, the Navajo Nation has settled with New Mexico and with Utah, but not yet with Arizona. And in fact, there was a Supreme Court case earlier this year where the Navajo claimed that the US had a trust responsibility to actually affirmatively help them get water, which was lost on a narrower margin than some cases. But as was discussed by Gail Small yesterday, we have a Supreme Court that isn't that friendly to tribes at the moment and hasn't been actually for quite a while. But there was a beautiful dissent by one of the most conservative members of the court who said it was the wrong decision. So still in process. And again, Jennifer will talk a bit about some of the encouraging things that have happened along the river. I can do this myself, can't I?
Yes, you normally can.
Oh, lo siento. I talk too fast. Ongoing problem. But I'm done. So gracias. Merci. Thank you. All right. take it away. Yes, you may.
How does this work? This? Buenos dias, good morning. I speak today from my place and role on the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group. I want to begin thanking Octaviana Trujillo for her leadership, her tremendous support for the work of TEKG along with her colleagues on JPAC, and for the invitation to speak today. I would like to begin by acknowledging that I'm honored to speak today from the traditional lands of the Indigenous peoples of Oaxaca. I want to acknowledge Amelia's prayer. Thank you for starting us out in a good way this morning. I want to acknowledge Anna, who's online. And Anna, I'll defer to you on the Q&A part. Please just indicate when you want to step in. And my colleagues from Canada, Paul and David. So Canada has a complex conversation when it comes to freshwater management. Those complexities arise from the nature of our Constitution, from the historic and modern treaties that have been negotiated with the Indigenous peoples, and from the way that Mother Earth herself conducts herself, and the lack of alignment between all of those jurisdictions. So in Canada, we have a two-headed crown, if you will. Our Constitution provides for powers specific to the federal government of Canada, and that includes areas like fisheries and oceans and all matters involving Indigenous peoples. The provinces also have specific powers and distinct powers that the federal government doesn't have. And they have power over property and civil rights and natural resources. And I think one of the things to note is that in this division of powers, water is not enumerated. The Supreme Court of Canada has ruled that matters of water and environment and other areas are concurrent jurisdictions. So there must be processes and negotiations to discuss those matters. So here's a map of Canada that shows you the provinces and territories that all have specific jurisdiction and that have authority when it comes to water management. You can imagine a river running through a multitude of provinces is going to face a patchwork of distinct laws and regulations and permitting processes as it relates to everything to do with freshwater management. There's also a federal interest in fisheries. So when it comes to fisheries, there's going to be federal legislation that governs that conversation. We also have in Canada a significant number of historic treaties. Now, Canada was confederated in 1867, which is not that long ago. And there were historic treaties prior to that with sort of early blossoming colonial infrastructures. And those treaties continue to this day with built-in infrastructure. There's also post-Confederation, the negotiation of the 11 numbered treaties that you can see. And if you look, for example, at Treaty number 8 covers British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and the Northwest Territories. So any conversation under the Treaty 8 infrastructure would require those provinces, the federal government, and all of the First Nations that fall within Treaty 8 area. In British Columbia, we have a series of comprehensive claims, and I'll get to that in a minute. We also have the traditional lands of my people, the Red River Métis, and you can see that that homeland crosses over 3 provinces, 5 provinces and a territory, and into the northern United States. Since Confederation, we've also negotiated a number of modern treaties. And each of those treaties has specific infrastructure, and I'll talk a little bit more later about that, that governs all the lands and waters within those infrastructures. And water is the subject matter of some of those processes. And in Canada, a political negotiation happens on a modern treaty. Once that treaty is finalized, it goes through Canadian Parliament. It's passed as law in Canada. So it's Canadian law with the protection of the Constitution. Now, there's all of the human jurisdictions that we've created, and here are the watersheds in Canada. So you can imagine that a conversation around any particular watershed is going to trigger a lot of jurisdictions who need to be part of that conversation. Now, in 1982, there was a very significant change that the Indigenous peoples were successful in negotiating, and that is the inclusion of Section 35, which states that as of 1982, the existing Aboriginal and treaty rights of the Aboriginal peoples is now recognized and affirmed by the Constitution, which governs both the feds and the provinces. So this Section 35 box protects the rights of Indigenous peoples as a priority, and any dispute over Indigenous rights can come through the Section 35 envelope. In 1983, the year after that section was passed, there was a national conference with the Indigenous peoples of Canada, and the Indigenous peoples of Canada asserted that the ongoing relationship with Canada will be a nation-to-nation conversation. So there are 634 First Nations in Canada, one Métis Nation, the Inuit people that have 51 communities over 4 land claim areas. So that is a lot of nation-to-nation conversations. And there's no assumption, because each nation is sovereign, that they will have the same priorities and expectations. We then have another important infrastructure that affects discussions around water in Canada, and that is, we know the UN Declaration was passed by the UN General Assembly in 2007. It was brought into Canada, ratified by Canada in 2010, and we know the subject matters that set out the rights of Indigenous people that would impact any discussion on fresh water. In 2021, Canada implemented the UNDRIP Act and brought the UN Declaration into Canadian law. Now, this legislation was co-developed with the Indigenous peoples of Canada, and it provides for a framework of how the UN Declaration will be implemented in Canada. And that approach is going to be in partnership with Indigenous peoples. So there'll be no implementation of the UN Declaration without discussions and agreements with Indigenous peoples. Further, that act is going to be implemented on a nation-to-nation basis. So what one nation in Eastern Canada wishes to do in terms of freshwater management might be distinct from what Western Canada wants to do, or the neighboring nation to them. So it is a very careful process that involves a lot of voices. Then there's an annual report card that keeps track of all of these negotiations to make sure that it moves along. Canada has established on the freshwater management front a key relationship with the United States. We know that the Boundaries Water Treaty between Canada and US established the International Joint Commission in 1909, and it manages all waters that mark and cross the Canada-US border. And here's a map of the 13 boards and committees that govern any water that touches into that area, including fresh water. And there are Indigenous participations on some of these committees. It varies of how Indigenous peoples are involved. But these are very long-standing infrastructures. So in addition to the federal authority, the provincial government authority, Indigenous authorities, we have these authorities that are set up on the border. Domestically, we have a number of domestic transboundary treaties, that is between bodies of water that pass between provinces. We are currently modernizing the Canada Water Act. They're looking to innovative ways to manage this multi-jurisdictional conversation. And, you know, it's a very busy conversation at this point. We also have a significant number of pieces of federal legislation that affect freshwater management, all the way from Parks Canada to fisheries and oceans, species at risk. Provincial governments also have their own legislation, and they have their own infrastructure, water agencies, permitting processes. So all of this must be taken into account when making decisions around fresh water. When it comes to the voice of Indigenous peoples on domestic water management, I go back to the modern treaties, and I quickly went through the modern treaty summaries to remind myself, which of course one can never know all of the state of negotiations on all of these treaties. You can see they cover vast territories. And this is now Canadian law that governs those areas. And you can imagine that Indigenous peoples have interests in water within those areas because of the close cultural link, their cultural relationship to water, the spiritual relationship to water, and then just the everyday human needs that we all can see. So there's varying infrastructure around resources management. Some are part of regional planning boards. There's local land use planning boards. There's wildlife management boards. And in the case of the, down in the bottom left-hand corner here, the Manulf agreement, there is specific provisions for priority fishing, quantity and access to water bodies. And some of these treaties absorb entire water bodies. So, and then you have, for the Métis Nation, the development of self-government agreements, and the Manitoba Métis Federation, which has the largest lake, which is Lake Winnipeg, is on the verge of a modern treaty. And I think they'll be here to speak with you later today. Now, I want to just give two quick examples of how, notwithstanding all these jurisdictional conversations, how Indigenous peoples have been successful in negotiating authority. The Atlantic First Nations Water Authority, and I've provided the website there for you if you want to learn more about it. It is the First Nations have created the Atlantic First Nations Water Authority. It is a First Nations not-for-profit corp, and it has negotiated the power of a regulator. They control all the water and the wastewater on the reserves in Atlantic Canada. And in this model, they are developing approaches to freshwater management that reflect Indigenous values, Indigenous decision-making models, policy approaches and information sharing that reflects the needs of the community. They work in partnership with the First Nations Management Board, which provides fiscal oversight. So this is an exciting example of how First Nations have worked with Canada and now demonstrate Indigenous leadership on freshwater management. I want to now speak quickly to the Seal River Watershed Alliance. Now, it's hard to show the scope of it was hard to find a map. I didn't have the capacity to overlay maps so that you could see more carefully just how huge these land settlements are. But this is, you know, Canada has an obligation under its international treaty obligations to protect certain areas and to create protected and conserved areas within Canada. One of the ways that Canada has approached this obligation is to advance its reconciliation obligations under Section 35 of the Constitution. And to do that in partnership with this protected area. So we have established an Indigenous protected and conserved area process where Indigenous peoples can come forward, identify areas of significance to that community. They can work jointly with a number of communities like this one does, working with 4 First Nation, have come together to say this particular Seal River watershed must be protected for future generations. So they have, for example, we can see right in the middle, the Saisi Dene peoples. Now they were forcibly removed from their traditional lands. The lands around the watershed is where they have been since time immemorial. The other First Nations, the Opeepan First Nations, they have, you know, there's evidence they've been there for 6,500 years or more, you know, long-standing cultural relationships with those territories. So under this watershed alliance, they have established protection over this entire area. They make all the decisions around its governance. It's Indigenous-led. They can design the kind of authorities they want to manage their responsibilities. So the establishment of this IPCA, Indigenous Protected and Conserved Area, is a step towards reconciliation and one of the means by which Canada and Indigenous peoples can work together. So it's a very proud accomplishment. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
That was great. That was great. Really great. We're going to need to do a whole day with panels from each of the countries to do it. And that was fantastic. Thank you so much. Professor.
I'm sorry, but there's no sound in the booth. Just give us a second. There's no sound in the booth. Just a second. There's no sound in the booth. We will be right back. Bear with us. No, there's no sound in the booth. We're sorry, but there's no sound in the booth. I'm sorry, but there's no sound in the booth. I don't know. Que hable, por favor.
Sí, hola, 1, 2, 3, probando.
Okay, now we do have sound in the booth.
Okay. Bueno, agradecer la invitación.
I would like to thank the invitation to such a relevant space, and I'm going to start talking about this topic because there's a time constraint. So I'm going to provide a legal approach to the problems of the indigenous peoples and water in Mexico. My presentation will be divided in 5 sessions. An introduction, the context. I'm going to provide some problems and the response from some indigenous peoples communities, and then I'm going to provide some suggestions to JPAC based on the discussion. First of all, I would like to talk about the regulatory context of water in Mexico and management model. The constitutional basis of water for water management in Mexico is based on Article 27, which we should not forget that that article is derived from a revolutionary social struggle in 1910. And that article was the basis for the redistribution of common goods. During the 19th century in Mexico, there was a process of a radical possession of waters, and Article 27 works as a legal provision to get back to give back the lands to our indigenous peoples through their communities. The first problem is that in the last 3 decades in Mexico, we have been fostering a process that I have categorized as deconstitutionalization of water through the regulations and institutions. Article 27 is still there, but the provisions in Article 27 are now opposing to the water management, water right. We have the framework law that currently governs water, which is a National Water Act, and the management model it proposes emerged in 1992 as part of an ideological and political project that proposed the deregulation of markets, the commodification of rights, such as right to health and education, and also of common goods such as minerals, energy, oil, water. We have a Mine Act from 1992, which allows through the concessions to sell our land. Large mining companies can trade the subsoil or the underground. The National Water Act had as its main objective to provide legal certainty in terms of water to the private sector. The 1992 National Water Act reduced the oversighting to the private sector, and in general terms, this fostered a massive concession to private users. So concessions were given during the last 3 decades with no moderation. Here you have some of the actors that are intensive users of water: real estate companies, milk plants, dairy plants, mining, fracking, and this has caused concerning outcomes. Now we are at a crisis, a hydrological crisis. 96% of our rivers have been polluted at a certain point. In 70 years, we have lost almost 70% of the average water availability in the whole country. There's a hoarding and dispossession. There are 298,000 users that have concessions for non-consumptive uses. Only 3,304 users in total, which is 966 companies, 1,537 individuals, and 801 associations monopolize 22.3% of all water concessions in the country, which means that only 1.1% of all water users in Mexico take advantage of more than 1/5 of this common good. This management model has not provided access to most Mexicans. This has led to 2 general phenomena, and now I'm going to focus on the indigenous peoples. These this is widespread throughout the national territory, and this has to do with actions taken by the indigenous peoples to defend their water bodies. First, a legal process, a fight for water and territory, the fight for their land and the water. Water is part of indigenous people's land. And the second expression, which is very important and that we cannot lose sight of, is an incredible expansion and capillarity of community management. I work in Tlaxcala. I have been working in Tlaxcala for the last 3 years, and water is provided to people for the people. This does not happen in Tlaxcala. These are community bodies that feed water to households. Which are the preventive legal strategies? And I want to highlight this topic so we could discuss some proposals and where we can combine state law with indigenous people's rights in an alternate use of law in a subaltern legal pluralism. And a strategy is the creation of agrarian regulations such as Paso de la Reina and San Lucas Atoyaquillo, which are part of Copudever, which is the fight of a river for a river. And also, this has created agrarian regulations by which community management plans have been created to reforest, collect water, and to defend that common good. And we also have community bylaws. Indigenous peoples use community bylaws such as Calpulalpan de Méndez, Magdalena, JPAC, and San Miguel Chongos. They have created community bylaws that allow them to appropriate their rights, and through these community bylaws, the regulations on the use and management of the territory is established. And yesterday, and I cannot see our colleague from Quetzala, right, she is. They are going through a very powerful and deep process through a state legal figure derived from the Ecological Act to have an indigenous people's community regulation. And the fourth one, and unfortunately I was not able to hear the presentation from Copuda. Well, agreements were entered into to manage their water through a concession. These are some preventive strategies. There are defensive strategies, and I would not like to elaborate on them. But from my point of view, the preventive measures can be more interesting for the JPAC. But I would like to let everyone know that Mexico is defending the territories using the courts strategically through strategic lawsuits, public interest lawsuits. The cases can be seen on the screen. We have La Parota, El Zapotillo, Tecoltemi, Yaqui, Soya Transgénica, Cuenca de la Toya Común. There's a diversity and plurality of legal expressions. Here you can see the Mazahua women with that are armed defending their territory. And here you can see different water committees that are currently in a gray or ambiguous legal situation because the Water Act does not acknowledge these committees and they become illegal. I think that they are in a constitutional situation. This is a technical legal argument, but they are at risk. These committees are at risk, and they are constantly struggling to be acknowledged. Now, I would like to continue by saying a relevant issue that started on February 8th, 2012. The water right was acknowledged in our constitution, and a new general act of water related to water was demanded. We've been 12 years in a constitutional omission situation. The Congress has not been able to create a new water act to rethink the water management system, which is necessary to guarantee the right to water and access of the indigenous peoples to their territory and water. There is no indigenous peoples territory acknowledged by the government or the constitution, but we need a new water act that takes into consideration the decision-making processes in the basins, a water act that supports the local water committees, which restricts the concessions for the industry and agriculture, and an act that sets forth the constraints for these type of concessions. So now I would like to close my presentation by saying the following, that we have to work towards this act, and I'm looking forward to listening to some ideas that can be provided to the JPAC. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It is clear that all three countries have very different frameworks, very different issues, but all have much work to do. And with that, I'll turn to Professor Hopkins. Will we be able to see his face before we see his PowerPoint? Hi. Terrific.
There we go. Yep.
Great. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for the important work that you're doing right now.
Thank you, and thank you, everybody. It's a privilege and indeed an honor to be presenting here today. And I also want to thank my colleague, Professor Octaviana Trujillo, and it's also good to see fellow colleague Kathy Hodgson as well, Hodgson-Smith. So hello, everybody. The time allotment, so we can appreciate, is it's kind of a quick sort of dive into this situation, but so I'll do the best I can. And very quickly, I'm the counsel pro bono for the 8 Rio Yaqui Pueblos in Sonora, Mexico, on a case before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. The Inter-American Commission is a human rights decision-making body under the Organization of American States. It's based in Washington, D.C. It's one of 2 decision-making bodies within the OAS structure. Mexico is bound by the findings of the Commission by the terms of its entry into the OAS. As well, it's also bound by the decisions of the court, which is the second body of appeal. So this is an active case against Mexico, if you want to look at it that way, by the petitioners, who are the 8 Rio Yaqui Pueblos, specifically the traditional authorities who have the delegated authority to speak on behalf of the collective members of each Yaqui Pueblo. So where things are at right now is after many years, we are negotiating a friendly settlement agreement. And this agreement will be concluded on this coming Saturday, December 2nd. And as we'll find out in a few brief moments, water is a huge part of it. And so if we could just go to the next slide, please. That's me, that's my mom. It's in another presentation, I can do a longer summary as to how I got here. But this is a bridge in my community. There's a photo from just outside one of the pueblos, but you also have my bio, so maybe we could just get to the next slide. Please, thank you. So this is a quick summary of the case. It's very complicated, but it started as a very simple land rights case, and then it kind of ballooned to incorporate everything that is happening as a result of the removal of the Rio Yaqui, as well as the environmental and public health realities that results in a infant mortality rate in some pueblos that's 3 times higher that of the United States, as well as overall a shorter life expectancy. And that's kind of a legal way of saying that the way Mexico has been treating the Yaqui pueblos is killing them. And so that's like the blunt way of saying it. And so in this friendly settlement agreement, what's unique about it is that it makes historic efforts at reparations to fix all of these descriptors in this slide. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So the case started as a traditional land rights case, but as I said, it bloomed into these other ongoing conflicts. One of the problems is, or the challenges, is that the Yaqui territory sits between the Sea of Cortez and the Sierra Bacatete. So it's a natural corridor for transportation. So telecommunications, energy, transportation, it all goes through there on the Western Pacific slope of Mexico. So the NAFTA highway, as it's called, highway number 15, cuts right through their territory. And we'll get into their territory in just a moment. So if we could get to the next slide, please. So this is just me, because I'm kind of packing in a lot here. This is just the timeline of the Inter-American case. This is me beginning the friendly settlement process with a friendly introduction to President Lopez Obrador, or AMLO. And so I started this effort to have this case moved to a friendly settlement proposition, which worked. And so you can see where in some of these photos where I met him first time in 2019. And so his administration has been transformative in this process, because the friendly settlement process is a consensus-based process, and that is a requirement. So what this friendly settlement really involves, if we go to the next slide, please. In the next slide, so this is a description of the friendly settlement mechanism, and what it entails is a codification of the Yaqui Justice Plan. That's one thing that it does, and the Yaqui Justice Plan is a very detailed plan for reparations, and some of the implementation that the AMLO administration has begun through a number of federal departments. So on the one hand, if someone were to say, well, what does this friendly settlement cover, because it's confidential, the public side is it covers the Yaqui Justice Plan. And so you can get some of this in the next slide, please. You can see how the details work themselves out. So if we could just go to the next slide, please, that'd be great. So some of this includes, but not limited to, titling 5,200 square kilometers of Yaqui land within the Yaqui territory. There is a delivery, construction and delivery of a new water district for the Yaqui pueblos, as well as numerous programs and significant financial commitments behind those programs. So in a nutshell, I would say to somebody, just go read the Yaqui Justice Plan. It's available online, and you can see the details there. What the agreement also does, though, is that it expands the concept of Yaqui rights. And so for Yaqui water rights, initially in 1937, the Yaquis had what I would call a treaty. It's not called that under Mexican law, but it functions very much the same in this case. It's the 1937 Cardenas Decree by then President Lázaro Cárdenas. The document is important because it recognizes that the Yaquis have 50% of the water rights to the Rio Yaqui, and it's also significant that it preserves those rights in a reservoir far up to the north near the U.S.-Mexican border in a place called Angostura. So this agreement, basically, in a nutshell, what I did was I took the Winters doctrine that you've heard about, and we've agreed that Yaqui water rights are reserved, but more importantly, they're reserved in not just the surface flow of the river through the territory, but they're reserved throughout the Rio Yaqui basin. Unfortunately, well, the map will come in a moment, but it's important to understand that it's not just the surface water, it's also the groundwater. And it's not just within a little box within a basin, it's the basin itself, because you need to look at the basin as a distinct ecological unit. And particularly in the Southwest, where drought is a major concern and you have rising temperatures brought on through climate change, it's important to recognize that the tribal or indigenous resource to water is part of the whole basin from which they draw their unique, distinct cultural identity, which gives rise to their distinct and unique rights. So that's a first. That's never happened before. So I'm very, very excited about that. If we could just go to the next slide, please. So some of you will know that this is not a situation with the Rio Yaqui Pueblos is notable because their history with both Spain and Mexico is very, very well documented, and their form of traditional government is very well documented. So this is just a quick map. It's not the first map, but it shows you that going as far back to 1698, this was a map put together through the observations of Father Kino, who crossed through there. You can, if you look down, you can actually see where all of the pueblos are. And if we just go to the next slide, please. So this is a proper diagram of the Rio Yaqui Basin, and it is the largest binational basin between Arizona and the state of Sonora. And it houses a number, at least 20 endangered and threatened species that are binational. And you'll see one of the drawbacks, so if you were to think about the Colorado, one of the drawbacks of attention getting to the Rio Yaqui Basin is that there's only a very small portion of it in the United States. And geography can be challenging to some, especially when you're thinking about binational basins because they're under the ground. And so a lot of people don't really know that the Rio Yaqui Basin even exists. There's some species in the United States, like the Yaqui chub, the Yaqui beautiful shiner, the Yaqui catfish, which is now extant. It's extinct from the United States as of 2017. But people don't really see the interconnection with Mexico and Sonora and the indigenous peoples who are dependent on the resources of that binational basin. And so again, I think that's one of the most important things about the Friendly Settlement Agreement is that it forces the parties to look at the basin as a whole, not unlike what President Lázaro Cárdenas did in 1937, because on the map, you will see the diagram at the very top. It says La Angostura, and that was the first reservoir that went in the post-war period. So that's just a very quick summary, and the pueblos are down at the very bottom in the Yaqui Valley, and they have they have a traditional territory that's demarcated, and some of that has been incorporated into the Yaqui Justice Plan. So if we just go to the next slide, please. This is a historic photo just to show you that the river was at one time huge, and it would run on a perennial basis. It flowed year-round into the Sea of Cortez. This also speaks to the violent history directed towards the Yaquis. This biplane is not unlike the biplanes that were used by Mexico to bomb the Yaquis further north into the mountain range in the Sierra Bacatete during a period of warfare between Mexico and the Yaquis. You could do a whole presentation on their persecution, but it explains part of the reason why the AMLO administration issued a national apology and has gone to such efforts to restore some part of the Yaqui world that has been taken from them. So if we could just go to the next slide, please. Just very briefly, just so it's also acknowledged that the Pascua Yaqui tribe is also a signing member of this friendly settlement agreement, making it the first binational Indigenous human rights settlement agreement in the world. And it's a very, very hopeful, promising thing, because you have the state of Mexico recognizing the distinct, unique status of the Pascua Yaqui tribe as part of the Yaqui people, albeit within the territorial sovereignty of the United States. But it is consistent with the recognition of the Rio Yaqui as being part of a binational basin. And again, some of that mirrors the Colorado's history, but it's on the flip side. The Colorado history is jurisprudence developed by the United States more typically in its history. So next slide, please. So in this last bit, I really urge feedback and to get ideas and help because we need it. So this is just a very quick map of the Yaqui pueblos on the Yaqui Delta. So this is just a zoomed down Google Map image. And if we could go to the next slide, please. This is an aerial, again, view pushed back. You can see that most of the land has been used for agriculture. And then in the middle is this desert before you get to the sea. And what that speaks to, that there's a little dot at the mouth of the river. And there's an exercise that we did where we tracked and tried to measure as best we could the inland incursion of the Pacific Ocean into the Rio Yaqui. And I'm not an expert in hydrology, but again, one of the areas for help would be the study of this area, because essentially the ocean goes inland about 43 kilometers and it stays, which explains why in this map, if you see the center, it's all desert, it's dead. And that's because the coastal aquifer has collapsed. And in the next slide, please. And so in my clinic, I made a very base assessment that approximately 1,700 square kilometers of the Yaqui foreshore has been lost through desertification as a result of the ocean inland intrusion. And the proof of that is you can literally just go up the river on the Pacific Ocean. So that's salt water. The question as to where does the river begin, it's up rivers. So the Yaquis have been deprived up until recently of the river, because the river doesn't go through the Yaqui pueblos. What they get are irrigation canals that are part of a toxic pattern of use that contributes to their lower life expectancy, in addition to their high rate of infant mortality. And so the next slide, please, is just another image of that. And then I have another image of that in the following slide, if we just go to the next slide for time purposes. And so I thought that would be helpful because of the nature of our presentation today. So if we just go to the next slide, I'm not going to be able to do justice to the whole enterprise, but that's just a quick map of the GPS locations of the Pacific Ocean. Again, it mirrors the band that I just described of desert. If we just go to the next slide, please. These are some of the species that are extinct or extant from the Rio Yaqui. This is the Yaqui catfish. It's no longer in the United States. It's not in the Yaqui Delta. And my clinic has been working as best it can with other experts at Unason in making a baseline assessment of its habitat. For more on that, I don't get any money off of this YouTube channel pitch, but I have a video that's used as video evidence in the case. It's public now, and if you want to watch that, the first part is a fake hospital that was part of our claim that there was discrimination against pregnant Yaqui mothers. And this was a prenatal hospital that was never built. So we videotaped that, and then also we then go up the river. So about midway, you'll see us going up the river. Final note, in terms of adaptation, the Yaquis, a small group of Yaquis have engaged in salt surface mining in these really interesting salt pans. No one's ever studied these before. I've never found a peer-reviewed paper on this phenomenon. But because the coastal aquifer collapses in these pockets, almost like little sponge pockets, when it rains, the salt water percolates up from the bottom and then makes these saltwater puddles, but they're big. And so you can, when the sun evaporates all the water, you can actually take a little sickle and take out these salt bricks and sell them in Obregon. So I'm sorry I can't cover everything, but the last two slides kind of show you, just go to the second slide, the next slide, please, sorry. It just shows you the problems, the environmental problems, the problems with the use of DDT and other agrochemicals. The pool of water is the Rio Yaqui. That's the fresh water that gets to it doesn't actually get to the pueblos. It's just stagnant drainage water. That's under the highway on the north side of the territory. And then the final slide is, again, where I'm seeking advice and input is, these consequences are real. When the water runs out, what they'll do in the pueblos is they'll dig and they'll just try to find well water. In this case, in one pueblo, they were using contaminated water from an old well pipe. And because there's literally no water, and if you don't have any money to buy water, then you're just going to go and make do with what's available. And so these are one of the community responses that I just think it's morally reprehensible. And fortunately, this is changing. So that's that's a snapshot into my life. But we will sign this agreement on Saturday, and it will be all 8 pueblos plus Pascua Yaqui. And it's really, really important because communities can't live in a sustainable way in these types of environments. So thank you for your time.
Can we go to a visual of Professor Hopkins so that he can...
Disculpe, no tenemos audio. Un momento, por favor.
Well, there's a lot there, and just a beginning, and not as much about...
We have no sound in the booth. Just bear with us.
Professor Hopkins, I'm going to give you a chance to make any observations about the Colorado River or other U.S. things in a moment, but I want to turn first to our other panelists and say, as you look at the examples, both of the challenges and the progress, what would you say would be the most encouraging thing you've seen, and what made that encouraging thing happen? And Professor Hopkins, I'm going to ask you that question as well. So that what's the driver that has made any progress possible? I'll let you start. Let's go this way, and then I'll let Professor Gutierrez. See, there's no interpretation again? Okay, un momento.
We're good.
It's back. Okay.
Okay.
This is funny. All right. Must be a loose wire over there somewhere.
Bueno, desde mi punto de vista,
Well, the successful efforts in Mexico for defending the territory and hydraulic and hydric common goods. And maybe this may seem obvious, but I would like to highlight it, is that the elements that have allowed us to make progress in terms of defending and advancing is the free self-determination of the indigenous peoples, and obviously the organizational capacity, which is historic. These are the central elements. And there is a second topic that I would like to discuss, the control that they have over their territory. It is very different. The situation of people that defended the Papagayo River before the Papagota Dam, they had control over their territories, and that allowed them to close the territory access to prevent all the machinery from going into their lands. And there was a strategy that they were able to develop versus defending a territory which is not acknowledged just like the Zapotillo Dam. The communities did not have any control over their traditional territory. Control over the territory or community organization and free self-determination and rights of indigenous peoples based on the Constitution and the 168 agreement of the World of the ILO that provides help to be able to defend their water rights, as well as strategic partnerships. The indigenous people are very good at creating these partnerships. They are always complex and delicate, but they can be very beneficial. Partnerships with universities, with the academia, with NGOs, for example. And something that the indigenous peoples do very well is, and there was a statement used in the Porota process, that discussion, but no negotiation, no settlement. We are not willing or to lose our autonomy and self-determination.
Very helpful. Thank you.
So I think it goes without saying that what the Indigenous peoples of Canada have achieved was not given by way of gift.
Mm-hmm.
There are several unfulfilled promises in treaties. There remains freshwater advisories and boil water advisories in many communities. There's now consideration for legislation around this area, and Indigenous peoples are pushing hard to deal with these outstanding, long-standing issues. There's been significant conflict over development projects and contamination around water. And, you know, we heard yesterday about the Mohawk community trying to bring back its, three sisters of corn, beans, and squash, those traditional strains. And where is the land that they're going to do that agriculture on? It's been taken up and it's being swallowed by the city of Winnipeg, or Montreal and the surrounding areas. So there's ongoing work and challenges that Indigenous peoples face. But there are, right now, for many years actually, political will. I think Canadians generally don't stand for human rights violations. And while there's still competition for access to economic development and resources and power, Indigenous peoples have used the courts successfully. We heard from the Taco River Clinic yesterday and the important success they had on the duty to consult Indigenous peoples when major projects are going to impact on Indigenous issues. So, certain Indigenous nations, if we went back to that modern treaty map, you'd see the Treaty of the Haida. That's the culmination of 40 years of litigation. And then there's a political negotiation for that treaty arrangement. The way that federal and provincial laws continue to apply are the subject matter of conversations on the implementation of those treaties. And then there's the need for infrastructure within Indigenous peoples' community to compete with the kinds of pressures they get from industry and the kind of knowledge that is pressed upon them to be critical of environmental impact assessments. We have a new impact assessment legislation with an Indigenous advisory committee. And, they're looking at how are Indigenous voices going to be heard in these processes. So it is an ongoing struggle for Indigenous peoples. There's been lots of successes. You could see them on the maps, I think, speak a lot to that, but there's still lots of work ongoing to do.
Long way to go, but very inspiring, very inspiring. Some of those things are happening in California. It's interesting. James, what would you point to? And you can go to the Colorado or to the Yaqui, but I am particularly interested in what you think the lever was that got you that successful settlement. I missed that somehow. Like, how were you able to succeed and get that settlement?
Yeah, so hopefully I can answer both, because I'll include the Colorado in this response. One of the the reality is that the Colorado doesn't come up on the U.S. radar until after the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848. And so the subsequent treaty with Mexico that is specific to the Colorado starts a story that branches out into the United States. So it becomes a story where the majority of the Colorado is located within the United States. It becomes a story of water allocation amongst and between the Colorado states, and then later the inclusion of tribes. And so many critics have said, well, literally the lower, most southern part of the Colorado in Mexico has often been viewed as an afterthought. It gets the least amount of attention, although that's changing quite a bit, and the two countries have negotiated reallocations of new volumes of water into the lower Colorado in Mexico. What I'm getting at, and so one of the things that the Colorado has going for it is that early on, it had a clear sense of who the collective users were. In other words, who's using this common pool resource, right? And so common pool resource thinking is a big area of thought in water management and ecological management, which is you want to know who all of the actors are. And this goes to one of my colleague on the panel, goes to his comments as well. You want to know who all the actors are before you start assigning water rights. And one of the benefits, if you want to look at it this way, in the Colorado interstate system is that you don't get over prioritization in the same way, because you have a very clear list of who is using the water, who has a priority, who has a permit, right? So the problem in the Rio Yaqui case is that it's like this neglected binational basin because it doesn't have a specific treaty governing it. So strategically, if there's one of the few sort of contributions I can say that I made, strategically what I've done is I've tried to pull the focus away from the delta and to try and elevate it to a binational basin that should be treated similarly like or to the Colorado Basin. And the International Boundary Water Commission, this goes into a longer discussion, but one of the challenges is that between the United States and Mexico, they don't actually have a truly joint commission that manages water that would fall into the category of the Rio Yaqui Basin, kind of it's just not really dealt with. And part of the problem is that, again, the United States and Mexico don't have a true joint commission. They have two commissions that are situated within the domestic boundaries of each nation. Whereas if you contrast that with the Canada U.S. Great Lakes Commission, it's far more functional, again, on trying to figure out how much water is there. So to come full circle, the problem that I'm trying to avoid is that we focus on this friendly settlement agreement to the limited extent of saying, okay, so here's the allotment from the Yaqui River to the territory. The problem is there is no water. Like you can see, I've shown there's no water there. So the water is going to have to come from somewhere else. And wherever it comes from, it will be spoken for, right? Because there's a limited amount of water and there's a common pool of users. And so I'm trying to get at a minimum a baseline of how many users there are. Now, Conagua, the Mexican Federal Water Authority, would have some of that data, but they actually don't present the data in the same way that you see with the Colorado River Basin states and tribes, where it's just much more fungible. You can see the data in a much more clear way. The final comment is this is entirely clear when you look at mining permits in the lower and middle Yaqui Basin. Those are reported out separately, but they're still using their priority, the mining companies. Most of them are all foreign. They're still using their permission to pull the water, right? So that doesn't get incorporated into our dialogue about, well, what's left for the Yaquis. And so as a precaution, at a minimum, that's why I'm trying to elevate the basin discussion on the Rio Yaqui into a binational one where you can see greater effort at transparency. And really a lot of this is I mean, there's a lot of reasons why this is happening, so I won't go on about it, but it does take a government that's willing to listen. And I hope that this trend, if you will, this policy of consultation continues into the next administration in Mexico. So I hope that answers some of your questions, at least to try to draw parallels between the Colorado River Basin as a binational basin, which we don't really think about, and the binational aspects of the Rio Yaqui Basin, which we don't necessarily know is there because it's majority in Mexico.
Interesting contrast. It's all very complex, but that's why we need a whole day for all of this. And we'll have to come back to the Colorado River, although Jennifer will be able to talk to some of it. I mean, part of the progress and thing to watch there is the amazing organizing of the tribes in partnership with NGOs and others to have their voices heard. And so I didn't mention this because I run a lot of time, is the Colorado is nearing a point of crisis. Some would say we're past it, where the major reservoirs were at risk of running to dead pool and hydroelectricity couldn't be generated. We had a moment in the last year where the federal government was going to, or threatened to step in, and the tribes have had very large voices in that, based on very good organizing and visibility, but also because of some of the water rights settlements that have been reached. They, in theory, control up to 25% of the river. And the next 2 years are going to be very important as the agreements that are in place now expire, and the role of the tribes, along with the 7 states and the 2 countries, is going to be elevated, we hope. So it's a space to watch. So maybe we'll do another session on that, and maybe Jennifer, if she has time, in the next session can illuminate it. It's a huge topic out there. Well, I'm going to turn to questions from the JPAC. I have my WhatsApp open so that I can get questions sent to me from the out in the ether, in the internet, a real place. There you go, sir, please. And again, introduce yourself again today first.
Thank you. Yo soy Raúl Hernández.
Thank you. My name is Raúl Hernández García Diego. I am the director of Agua para Siempre. We work with indigenous farmers for water supply through basin regeneration. And I would like to ask Rodrigo Gutierrez the following. He has told us that there is a legal lag because there is a lack of acknowledgement of the human right to water. We have the National Water Act from 1994, and and the regulations from that act had not been posted or published. So there are no legal provisions to operate the National Water Act. So when the indigenous people want to have water structures next to forests, we don't know if we have to talk to Zagarpa, Conagua, or CONAFOR, and the indigenous peoples cannot execute this type of investments without being exposed to certain sanctions, because there is no permit, because there is no special approval from the CONAGUA. I was the Papaloapan council president, and they don't know what to do because there's no regulation. And if there's nothing supported by a law that meets with a constitutional right to water. So we think that we are taking advantage of that legal loop or void for soil or land conservation, because if we talk about water, then CONAGUA wants to sanction these actions carried out by the indigenous peoples without any authorization. So how can we help the indigenous peoples to continue managing their water, land, and vegetation without being victims of any sanctions before the authorities? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to comment? Yeah? Okay. I am not, let me look to the JPAC. Are there questions the JPAC members would like to ask? Just raise your hand if so. All right, then I can't get the online, my WhatsApp's not connected. So if you, what? I know. Yeah, I'm gonna go over there next. So Georgina, if you can just read the question you found, or you're gonna read them?
Yes, I have the questions.
Okay, I'm gonna go to another one in the room and then I'll go over there, please. Both of you, one after the other.
Legay Tzacatal, nuevamente, muchas gracias. En Tojolabal,
once again, David Ruiz from Chiapas. And all of a sudden, I understood when Dr. Rodrigo says that in Mexico, okay, the states have not formally recognized the indigenous peoples' territories. First, taking advantage that we have, and this is an event of the cooperation. Do we need to make a recommendation? We should make a recommendation so that the states from this environmental commission to be recognized, because we already have an international framework, Article 169 as basis. Should this be done? Can this be done? Is it within the authority of the commission? And how can we, from the specialists in the legal framework, how can the indigenous peoples not only demand but strengthen this recommendation that could be made from the civil society organizations or indigenous peoples communities, and not to say, okay, we can't, how can we remedy this that cannot be made? And how can we compensate this lack of will by authorities and different institutions? But how can we help from this legal optic, and also the topic of social activism? I hope that I'm not putting a difficult situation. I'm not making a difficult situation. I am surprised. We already knew, but I was surprised that I remembered that the states do not recognize the indigenous peoples in Mexico, even though we are in ancestral territories.
Interesting question, and it's also come in on the internet if you wanted to respond. Yeah, please. Sure.
Okay. Bueno, muchas gracias por las preguntas.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. They don't have a simple answer, not from the political perspective, because obviously what is behind those organizational efforts to recognize territories, what we need to have is energy, political force, administrative power, and very intense. We have to start there. I'm starting with your last question, which is a general reflection. I'm going to the first one. It is true. The law of national waters, which is 1982, had a regulation in 1992. In 2004, there was a modification, very important because it modified all the articles. It's almost a new law, and there's no regulation, a very intense modification. So we are operating with a regulation that is behind, it's outdated. It is enforced, but it is outdated. And like Raul said, there's a gap. I wouldn't say that there's only a legal gap, but the land is operating. It's better to have a gap. The land is operating in the background. The land is a legal agency that has a strategic place in order to accomplish things that is very efficient, not it is designed only specifically, historically, to guarantee water for those investments that should reach the country in the 90s. And it works for that, and it works very well. So I'm saying almost. It seems like a joke, but we are, each time that we apply the land, it damages the authorities. And what can we do, the communities, so that that norm can be enforced and not be modified? And it's $1 million pesos. What I would say in general terms, and this implies a large responsibility and severe consequences for the communities, is a fight of the autonomy. I said it yesterday in a very brief comment when we were in this precious moment in field. The land, which is the law of natural waters, it has implications with international treaties and the Constitution through the interpretation a systematic interpretation of the Article 1 that gives interpretation, and Article 2 with the agreement 169 in this sentence of regards to the topic of water in the territory allows Mexico for the pueblos to manage their water without the need of asking for permissions from CONAGUA in an environment. I'm aware of this proposal, but since there is this legal loophole, this is legally possible. Now, politically, each pueblo has to decide their own context, starting with the accumulation of efforts, strategic alliances. That has to be decided by each one of the communities, because as all of us know, this is one of the most dangerous countries for the defense of water. We saw it the day before yesterday, the other day, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we had to make a very good estimate, but you had to know that that constitutional international legal frame exists. And it has to do with the second question. There's no territory acknowledgement, even though it's an international, the courts of international rights are Article 27 of the IATA mentions the obligation of the states to acknowledge and the trace of the territories and the pueblos, and to return to those pueblos when they are occupied by good faith, by people who have a private ownership. They have to return it to the pueblos. There are interesting cases like the Tlacosteñi. This is one way. The strategic right is very difficult. You have to use it very carefully. In the case of Tlacoltemi, was through the right to consultation, which is very delicate and very complex. I don't recommend the consulting immediately, but they were able to make progress in that fight for the territory. San Andrés Cholula, there was a forum last week in which they're trying to make a reivindication of the territory where they have Helópolis to the side. It's a side of commercialization, but the pueblos are being proposing it. In the case of Huitosachi, is very interesting, different to Tacloscueli. But these are the routes that the pueblos are finding for that political fight that can be accompanied by a legal fight.
Thank you. We have one question. I'll ask it to be short and the answer short. One more question here, then I'm going to go to a question from the audience for Kathy, and then the other questions we'll have to just try and send to the individual speakers later so that we can get to the close, and then hold on, because when the panel closes, we're going to do a poll. So here's the question. Oh, what's the question, you may wonder? How does Canada cope? Oh, you go first, and then we'll do the Canadian.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to be very brief in this example. Machico is dedicated completely to education. In some way, you already answered some of the comments. But Machico, on one hand, looks at the issues of communities. Having one of the volunteer youth that we have at the Sierra that never left their community when they go to San Juanito. And we started seeing how he develops in school. He studied engineering, and I saw that he would leave every afternoon. So I thought that he was going to the restroom. And one of those days I said, Sergio, you cannot do this here. You go to the restroom, and here we have a restroom. And he says, oh, that's gross. Everybody in the same place and contaminating the water tables. How a young man who had never left his community had a better knowledge, okay? That is one way of not making judgment, because the people in the communities have a vision of respect for nature that the majority of us have lost. On the other hand, I belong to the water board for more than 10 years in a voluntary manner. And what happens with the water board? People arrive and say, I don't want to pay for water. Yes, of course, water is free. It's a benefit that nature gives us. But to take it to the homes is expensive because it's maintenance, it's equipment. So taking this great opportunity of Machiko having being part of this meeting, I would like to put as a big platform the issue of education. The issue of education. How can we communicate respect in an educational manner, resilient manner that we know? Because with youth, we have reforestation campaigns. How can you plant a pine tree again? But if we're putting aside that you can throw away garbage, if we do not invest in campaigns of how can you reduce waste, and to know that we are the ones that are in direct contact. In Tarahumara, it is said Corima. And the word Corima does not mean charity. The real meaning of Corima is don't take what doesn't belong to you. Why? Because if you in the upper part of a river, you're contaminating, there's somebody downstream waiting for that water. And how can you be aware and be contaminating? So these differences between communities, between cities, between indigenous communities, I think that it is important that we stop making them bigger and to notice that nature does not need us. We need nature. So if there's an opportunity of uniting and start making campaigns that make us aware of what we are destroying, and since we can build, which in the end is our mission, that helps a lot. Thank you for the space.
Thank you very much. I'll take that as a comment rather than a question, and just notice that later this afternoon we will have a session for people to make comments, and I will take the other questions we have, including the one for Canada, and give them to folks to respond individually. But one final lightning round before you clap for these amazing people who just started, which is a one sentence or two sentence answer from each of you in this very difficult area in transition in so many ways. What keeps you up at night and what gives you hope? I'll start with you. That's sir.
Let me think.
Okay, sure. Kathy.
Okay, that's not.
What keeps you up at night and what gives you hope?
Well, I think the relationship of Indigenous peoples to their traditional lands and resources is the essence of who we are as Indigenous peoples. And when there is harms to those territories, when there's a break in that relationship to those territories, there's intergenerational harm. And that keeps me up at night. What gives me hope is that Indigenous peoples as sovereign nations are relentless. They will not give up. And I'm confident that success will be found. And it won't be easy, but because I know of the resilience and the pride and the courage, I'm very confident for the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. ¿Qué me mantiene?
What keeps me up at night? Well, or concerned? Well, to remember that the farmers, the indigenous people farmers settled in these lands thousands of years ago, and they have been using their land and have adapted their land to. There are centuries of community government, centuries of the creation of spectacular knowledge. 500 years ago, there was a colonial war in those settlements that it had a negative impact on their knowledge and production, but those indigenous peoples have endured and have thrived. And now there is a new neocolonialism, which is expressed through large projects. For instance, we were looking at the field, and this neocolonial approach is harming our indigenous peoples' territory. So we are in a hydrological crisis, in this industrial kind of living approach crisis, and we need to create new options for the current model. The problem is that neo-extractivism or neo-exploitation produces damage to the community fabric, displacement, migration, and we are ending up with this knowledge. It is an epistemo suicide. And yesterday we heard from Copuda, from Parota, these different expressions of community organizations which are alive, which are proposing, are speaking to us. So we need to strengthen them. We have to understand them and support them as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think what keeps me up late at night is the challenge of trying to bring consensus around what is ultimately the pursuit of a common good. And the challenge of trying to have people, individuals, step outside of themselves to see a different perspective in the pursuit of that common good. And I think on the whole, and I believe this, and you could do studies, that there have been studies on empathy, for example, and compassion. I think that's our nature, is that we are ultimately compassionate, empathetic people, and we want to be together. We want to be in a group and not isolated, not alone. And I think when you can appeal to those types of aspects of Indigenous people's lives, the future of their families' wellness and their grandchildren's wellness, I think those touchstones really can bring people together when you're dealing with such complicated topics that we've discussed today. So, thank you.
To close with empathy and compassion. Well, thank you all. Please join me in thanking our panelists for the beginning of a very long conversation.
Thank you, Felicia, for being our moderator for session 1. And thank you, panelists, Kathy, Rodrigo, and James. We are going to be taking only a 10-minute break, but we want also to remind you, for those that are online, please continue submitting your questions on the chat Zoom, as well as those attending here in person. If you don't feel comfortable going to the mic with your questions or comments, write them down and give them to us, and we'll make sure that we give them to panelists as the sessions are presented. Okay, 10-minute break. Thank you. JPAC member representing Mexico, Esteban Escamilla Prado. He will be our moderator for session 2 panel. Esteban.
Muy buenos días. Good morning, everyone.
Gracias,
Thank you very much, Octaviana. I'm very happy to greet all of you. My name is Esteban Escamilla Prado, and I am member of the Joint Public Advisory Committee representing Mexico. I am very glad to be able to facilitate session number 2, where we're going to be going over the responsible practices for basin, hydrographic basin management. I was told that we have the results of the poll, so you can look at them later on. They will be, I think, presented on the screen. This, okay. We can see the data related to the question, where are you from? And then we have the following questions. The following question about, are you familiar with the concept indigenous science? Great. Before I introduce the panelists, in Mexico, it's time for women leadership, and we can see it here. We have 4 extraordinary women that will be joining us in this panel. So before we give some time for the presentations, I would like to make some considerations. Water is a very wide topic, a very complex one, and it is part of the civil crisis, a civilizatory crisis, and we are going through that crisis, the forest fires in Canada, what we experienced in Hawaii and in Mexico. Last year, there was a crisis in Monterrey, water crisis in Monterrey, and just recently, the earthquake, another hurricane in Acapulco, in the port of Acapulco, which was devastated by the heavy rainfall and wind. So we have to take into consideration all these things, the delicate balance between using hydric resources to satisfy human needs for and also environment conservation. So it is basic to apply sustainable and responsible practices. And these sustainable practices should involve engagement with different actors and sectors to be able to mitigate these adverse effects related to water contamination, loss of biodiversity, and climate change impact. So the purpose of this session is to explore this complex and intricate relationship with the forest, agroforest, because we have agri-forest systems where some species are grown, like coffee and cocoa in the highlands of the basins. So next, I'm going to introduce our 4 panelists. First of all, we have from Canada, Leila Harris. From the US, we have Jennifer Pitt. From Mexico, we have 2 panelists, Maria Luisa Soto Moreno from Durango and Ana Tejero from the state of Oaxaca. Thank you very much for being present in this panel. Next, I'm going to give a very brief bio of each of the presenters. all of them have a very large bio, but I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to start with Canada with Leila M. Harris. She is professor from the British Columbia University and Water Governance Program professor. She is a professor from the Institute of Resources, Environment and Sustainability and the Institute for Environmental Justice, Institute for Gender, Race, and Sexuality and Social Justice. Leila is also the head of Water Governance Program from the University of British Columbia. It is very interesting because in her profile, she works on the social and environmental aspects. With social is the social aspects are essential now. She has been working in a series of political and governance considerations from the equity and sustainability approach. She has focused on justice in terms of hydric resources in very different contexts from Europe, Ghana, South Africa, and Canada. She has recently participated in projects where they take into account the experiences related to water rights in the different contexts, such as a very committed engagement to institutional mechanisms and regulations, as well as political debates on how we understand and value water. So let's give Leila a big round of applause. And from the US, we have Jennifer Pitt, director of Rio Colorado, and for 25 years and always for the benefit of nature and people, she has worked in the name and representation of NGOs for conservation and protection and restoration of the Colorado River. She's currently the director of the Colorado River Association of the National Association of the Women, where she collaborates with a series of things that have to do with sustainability and resilience in the Colorado Basin, including the creation of state and federal regulations in terms of water, underground water management. She is the head from the US side of co-president of the environmental group of the Minutes 123 that restores the habitats in the delta of the Colorado River in Mexico. Welcome, Jennifer. Let's give Jennifer a big round of applause. Thank you, Jennifer. From Mexico, we have Maria Luisa Soto Moreno, coordinator of the Unit of Conservation and Forest Development, TOPIA. Maria Luisa is an active collaborator and consultant for many civil organizations devoted to the restoration of forest resources, land and soil and water. Maria Luisa has been working since 1990 in TOPIA, in the conservation, in the Comprehensive Forest Development and Conservation Unit in ejidos and communities. She has promoted the certification before national and international bodies of a good forest management for living drugstores, community companies or community organizations. She has also trained forest producers from other states. She currently coordinates carbon capture programs with Action Reserve for Climate and Ecosystemic Service, which is a joint company to preserve forest and water. Welcome, Maria Luisa. Let's give Maria Luisa a round of applause as well. Finally, we have Ana Tejero Aranda she's the coordinator of the Environmental Department of the State Coordinator of Coffee Producers in Oaxaca, known as SEPCO. Ana was born in Oaxaca, in the city of Oaxaca. She is biologist from the University of Veracruz, and she has a master's in the environment with a human approach from the Complutense University in Madrid, and she is a coordinator from the SEMARNAT, the National Commission for the Use and Knowledge of the Biodiversity in Conavia, the PNUD, and Rainforest Alliance, International Conservation, and Nature Conservancy. She has worked with different civil organizations focused on the conservation of natural resources. And since 2011, she is the coordinator of SEDCO, producing organic food, and she is currently the head of the sustainable development in the municipality of Oaxaca de Juárez. And among the different topics she has worked with, we have the following: traditional knowledge for forest management and sustainable systems, agri-forest systems, compensation for environmental services, community services, and use of secondary forests. So let's welcome her, and we're very happy to have Ana with us. Let's give Ana a round of applause. So we have 4 extraordinary women with us in this panel, and we're going to start with the presentations. We're going to have 10 minutes for the presentations, and then at the end, we're going to have a Q&A session with the questions from the people attending online and face-to-face. We're going to start with Leila now. Please, Leila, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity to be with you all today and the previous days. My name is Leila Harris, and as you heard, I'm a professor at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada, which is on Coast Salish and Musqueam territory there. I work on water governance primarily, and so I'll speak to some of those issues with some examples from Canada. And I'm going to go through a couple of broad points, and then I'm going to also end with a broad point with some examples in between. So the first broad point I'd like to begin with is that we need to shift how we think and talk about water. So this would be in policy senses, in governance senses, and also, in other ways as well. So I want to always try and keep in frame a broader sensibility about water, which is very consistent with what we heard over the past few days. Rather than focus on water as a resource or a specific focus on irrigation or drinking water, but always to think about the broad context of water and well-being for both other species and also humans, so ecologies and humans. The second broad point that I'll say a few more words about in just a second is we need to engage with multiple epistemologies and ontologies of water. So I think a lot of the discussion of the past few days was about epistemologies, how we know water, bringing diverse knowledges, especially traditional ecological knowledge, to these conversations and our ability to govern water more effectively. But ontologies is also part of that. So I'll make a comment about that. And then I'll bring a few examples that are kind of exciting and shifting and very dynamic from Canada and British Columbia in particular. And we have a lot of new regulation and also, yes, okay, I'll slow down, my apologies, around environmental flows, groundwater governance, and other new regulations and tools. And as we've heard a little bit about, I'll give a few examples as well, more in the domain of co-governance and Indigenous-led water-related governance. So I'll go to all those points in a little bit of detail in just a second. So in terms of a broader sensibility about water, This is a definition that we worked on through the US-funded Household Water Insecurity Experiences Network. And so this is sort of, again, part of what I think is very paramount and, again, very consistent with a lot of the indigenous knowledges about water that we've been hearing about. But we always have to think about not just how can we get water for this community's needs today, but what are the broader things we need to be doing to be maintaining health and well-being of water for social and ecological needs. So those require different considerations, different governance practices, and different practices in general to be able to get to the immediate needs that we might see and want to deal with, but also be pushing at and thinking about this broader framing about water security for social and ecological health. So I'll start and mention a couple things about ontology before I get to what's on the slide. One of the things that's important about ontology, so as we mentioned, knowledge is similar to epistemology. How do we know things? Ontology actually refers to the deeper idea of what things are, what is being. And if you think really carefully about the different ways we understand and relate to water, it's not simply the fact that we have different knowledges of water or different appreciation of different aspects of water. It's that the actual water itself can be fundamentally different in different life worlds. And so what that means is that while some people might understand water as H2O or might focus on the chemical properties of water, other people might think of water as a life force or water as kin or relation that fosters life and well-being for a whole host of living beings and ecosystems. And sometimes when we talk about braiding knowledges or bringing knowledges together, if we see them simply as knowledges and not invoking different ontologies or different ideas of what waterways are in more fundamental senses, we'll miss half of the picture. So I'm really interested in this bigger question about how do we understand different worlds around water and also bring those different ontological politics and questions to bear. So what is water? What is a river? And how does that different understanding of what the river is bring in fundamentally different relationships and questions about who are the relevant stakeholders or what is the way in which this waterway might foster well-being in that broader social and ecological sense. So this slide is just meant very simply to say that there's been a history of exclusion of First Nations and Indigenous people around water governance in Canada and in British Columbia, notably, or in particular, where I've been doing more of our work with the program on water governance over the years. But it's also to say that it's fast evolving. So we heard already from Kathy some very important shifts and things that are happening. We heard yesterday as well in terms of the national efforts around this. There's been a couple really important court cases in particular, and I'll just highlight the last one noted here, which is the Chicoutine decision. And this actually went to the Supreme Court of Canada and said that Indigenous communities don't only have the right to govern water and land in their reserved territories, but more broadly in the ancestral territory as well. So effectively, the whole territory of British Columbia effectively. So things are shifting. What does that actually mean? How does that play out is yet to be known, but it's a really active and dynamic context in that way. Similarly, in British Columbia, we have modernized our Water Sustainability Act. So we had the same legislation around water for the prior 100 or so years. And we went through this process about 10 years ago, and implementation is ongoing. So this brings in a lot of very specific dimensions of what we're talking about that will allow for the more responsible governance of fresh water, everything from regulating groundwater for the first time in the province to focusing on ecosystem flows for fish ecosystems and wildlife, to new planning regimes and possibilities, and as well part and parcel of this process in terms of the implementation is a lot of focus on co-governance. So governing the resources, the waterways together with First Nations and Indigenous communities. So I'll give you a couple examples in terms of what that is looking like. I don't have a slide specific to the example. This is just a slide from the project we worked on funded by the Canadian government around these questions of new frameworks for Indigenous water governance in Canada. And just one example that I'll highlight was work on the Northwest Territories done by Nicole Wilson. And so this was a really meaningful example in terms of a water stewardship strategy that was co-developed in ways that privileged Indigenous knowledge and explicitly recognized Aboriginal rights. And because it focused on Indigenous knowledge and rights, focus on water necessarily brought in hunting and fishing and other broader sensibilities and domains around water in that perspective. And so Wilson's analysis of this is Nicole Wilson, who worked with our program on water governance, finds that there's a lot to be looked at in terms of a model here and a lot of interesting things in terms of acknowledgement of Yukon First Nations rights and water rights. But probably in the analysis of the 2010 strategy, Nicole finds that there still is probably some ways to go towards what you might consider co-governance, in that there's still a lot of reference to Crown jurisdiction and also privileging of settler worldviews in that process that was undertaken. So there's a lot of other examples. This is just a different paper of Nicole's. I didn't put the one that I just spoke to, but this is also on the ontologies question and is quite interesting if you're interested in those issues. But there's been a lot of other work around community-based monitoring also, which is another interesting domain where we're seeing lots of change and fast-moving progress. So this again relates directly to the discussion of the past 2 days. And so here with community-based monitoring, we can have, of course, appropriate site-specific objectives, collecting of information and understanding. This can be really important to share knowledge. For Indigenous communities, it might also be an opportunity to build and rebuild relations to the land and territory by doing monitoring practices. That allows, of course, communities to communicate their concerns about water and how it's changing and also be directly involved in the data collection and monitoring. But analyses by Nicole, Alice Cohen, and others have also said that we also have to be cognizant of the risks. So there are power dynamics, there are funding issues, and other concerns at play. Others have noted at times this can be taken out of context, misinterpreted, appropriated, and other challenges with community-based monitoring, especially in an Indigenous context. So in terms of some of the interesting examples that have come up in terms of what is happening that's maybe to be looked at for different examples of progress in this regard. One example related to community-based monitoring, but also a little different, is the Indigenous Guardians Toolkit. And this is a particular program that's meant to support Indigenous land and water protectors by sharing lessons learned, by building awareness of the challenges and strategies of different guardian activities, and facilitating network between those programs. There's a new echo, is there? Did this go on accident, or is it okay? Okay, I'm hearing a new echo. It's much louder. Okay. We already heard about another example, which is the Seal River. So I won't say any more, I'll move on, but that's again in First Nations-led watershed protection in northern Manitoba. Another example that's interesting is the Atlantic data stream. So this is, if you go and play around with this, it's quite interesting. There's a lot of possibilities to actually download data on water quality. And you can also visualize the data through a number of tools that are available through the website. So on the right, you see an image of going where you can select a particular stream or waterway that you'd like to access data to. And so this is for Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia in particular. So I just want to say, I guess, that there's a lot going on that we can be excited about. We have to be also cautious and think about how these things are proceeding. And I will say too, that in conversations to prepare for this meeting that I've had with a few colleagues, one person really stressed, who's more on the biophysical side and on the forest watershed side, that we often talk about, well, we're protecting these buffers or we're doing these innovative co-governance, but we often lack the detailed data in terms of tracking what difference that actually makes. So the example that he highlighted was we're often not looking we might talk about forest along a riverway, but we're not talking about what's it actually doing to the temperature in terms of the effects for the stream. So that sort of specificity in terms of things are measurable, he highlighted it as very important. And he also said that in the US context, there's often a little bit more in terms of some of those measurable targets. And we need likely more of that in the Canadian context. He also highlighted a few Indigenous groups and others that have targets maybe related to salmon and other things that get closer to things that you can actually track and measure. Related to this comment is the idea that we might be doing innovative co-governance or new strategies, but if we're still allowing permits for mining and deforestation upstream, you can only see what effects those are happening if you're doing the comprehensive assessment of the actual waterways as well to know what the state of those waterways is. So we can celebrate the successes in terms of innovation, but we also have to be keeping an eye on the waterways and their health. So this slide is just from some of the work by colleagues at Polis in Victoria. And there's two things I'll say about this slide. The first is the statement on the bottom that when they polled residents of British Columbia, pollution to lakes, rivers, and streams was the top concern that people highlighted, surpassing climate change, salmon, and other issues. The top figure in the yellow, they selected a number of things from the literature that they said are principles that are meant to promote effective watershed governance, and just looked at where there was agreement from the population in BC that they surveyed. So you see there's very strong agreement on a number of specific things that we might do to improve watersheds, from water protection legislation to co-governance with First Nations and other specific opportunities. So I wanted to end my comments with another general point about trust. And this is a project we did last year or the year before. And what we found is we did examples in this paper from Navajo Nation, First Nations in Canada, and also the Flint, Michigan water crisis. And what we find is that there's a lot of importance around trust. And here, what I think the key point and takeaway is that when we have governance failures around water, this can often diminish trust with communities, but also we need to build trust to have effective water governance in broad ways, but also specific to co-governance possibilities with Indigenous communities. So if we don't have trust, we're going to continue to have significant challenges that undermine our efforts to achieve effective watershed governance. When we did an analysis in our program of the modernization process for the Water Sustainability Act a decade or so ago, we found that the province really missed an opportunity to build trust with Indigenous communities. In particular, they had a constrained consultation process, ill-suited to the legal and ethical requirements for First Nations in the context of BC. It was also a missed opportunity in terms of UNDRIP and making good on some of those promises. So those are the sorts of things that diminish trust and don't allow us to be rebuilding trust in a more long-term sense. So I will just end with that statement that I think that there's a lot of interest from the Canadian context, whether it's UNDRIP, co-governance, Indigenous-led conservation of water, the new Office of Indigenous Science that we heard about, and other things. There's also promising things in the US that we often point to from Canada to say we wish we had more of, like specific protections around drinking water or the measurable and regulated and enforceable targets that protect streams and rivers as two examples. But returning to the question of trust, I'll just say that I think to build trust, you also have to acknowledge your past failures and mistakes. So when I was looking for positive examples, I'll say that there's not enough positive examples out there. They're growing. We can find more and more. But I also want to say we need to be doing that longer term work towards the broader water security to build relationships and trust. And recognizing and acknowledging that that can start now will be a major step forward in all of this work that we do. Thank you very much.
Gracias, profesora Leila, por esta.
Thank you, Professor Leila, for this interesting academic perspective, which has a great presence in what is local in monitoring. Because of time, and we want to take advantage of our panelists, we will continue. Now, we have, based on the program, Maria Luisa. Yes, so that she can tell us about her experience. Sitting there, or do you want to come to the podium? Thank you. Good morning. My name is Maria Luisa Soto Moreno. I'm from the state of Durango. And first, I would like to, what Felicia Marcos said, that she said that we have a great opportunity for being here because we are not Indigenous people. So thank you to the organizers and who took us into consideration, because we also are the users of our land. Thank you very much. And I loved your phrase. I work in an office that is called Unit of Conservation and Comprehensive Forestry Development, TOPIA. So this is a center for the development of communities. That's what we do. We connect communities with the private companies, with the government, and with the NGOs. So through the company, we have been able to accomplish beautiful things in our region. One of the things, which is the one that I want to talk about, is an agreement that we have with a private company with regards to environmental, hydrological environmental services. So I'm going to start making the presentation of our state. In the state of Durango, we have approximately 19 hydrological basins, of which all the water is poured into the Pacific. One of these basins, hydrological basins, is found in the northeast part of Durango, and that is the one that I'm going to talk about specifically. There's an ejido, which is called Ejido Topia. From there, the name of our company, Forestry Unit Topia. All the currents flow internally into the Pacific. In our place of influence, I want to tell you something that is very characteristic of us. All the communities to which we give advice have very good governance. That is something that we have to brag about, because not all the communities have good governance. They have very clear the ownership of their land. Specifically, the Ejido Topia is acknowledged since 1952, and that is the ejido that I'm going to talk about. The Ejido Topia has 121 ejidatarios, 34% women and 66% men. With the advice that Unidad Forestal Topia provides, we were certified by an international FCC organization, and they certified the good management of the community, the forest, the social, economic, and environmental. Ejidotopia has been certified for more than 20 years. And in the year 2021, it was certified in ecosystemic services, especially for water. And this is where we had a beautiful part of the project that I'm going to present. We already had the certification of forest management, but now we have the certification, ecosystemic certification for water. And from there, I was telling you that we are at a center of expression, because with the advice that we provide, we make the ejido to be stronger and have the certification of the FCC, and we contact the Del Fuerte company, which is a food company, and they are interested in contributing, financially contributing to the basin where they are, specifically in the northeast part of Durango. And Del Fuerte has all the tomato fields in the part of Sinaloa going down. So to Del Fuerte, we told them that we had an ejido, that the water was going in the direction of their fields and they irrigate their tomatoes, and they thought it was great. They wanted to have good governance, all the social part, and we proved that with the certification, and we were able to have an agreement so that Del Fuerte can pay the Etopia ejido directly. We don't have any third parties. Everything is transparent. So Del Fuerte is paying Ejidotopia an agreement that we have for 3 years that concludes this year, and that it will be renewed for next year. What are we going to do with that money? With that money, we already did reforestations. We already built filtering dams in order to retain in the soil everything that we can. And the water that is filtered gets cleaner to the tomato fields that they have. Another thing that we have is that we have open routes to prevent forest fires. And the beautiful thing is that we have the support and the sponsorship, even though they were protecting the forest. The forest fires went down in this area of the ejido. In this part, which is the northeast part of the state, we monitored ecosystemic services, but one of the monitoring that is carried out is water. And I want to also emphasize that we take water from 3 arroyos to the laboratory, and they gave us very favorable results. Water is 100% potable. We can go and get a cup of water and drink it. That's what they told us at the laboratory, and we expressed that to the community so that they have more trust of the water that they have. And of course, we told this to the people from Del Fuerte so that they can know the quality of water that they receive from this basin. Among other things, with the money that Del Fuerte is giving to the ejido, they have many environmental programs in the schools with the children, with youth, and that is something that is having a beautiful impact, because now we see the children telling the parents, hey, father, don't put a fire on the forest. Hey, protect the water. Don't throw the garbage. Because women got organized in order to have cleaning campaigns. And that is something that is wonderful, because the visitors, we have signs where they should not put the garbage in the forest, but the women, together with students from elementary school and high school, in order to clean the forest. So the benefits that were obtained with this project have been many, of which we are complying with some of the ODS, which the international government is demanding, for example, generating employment. All the work being carried out there is paid with the money that the private company is giving us. We're generating employment, which is something important because we're located in the very deep part of the forest or the sierra, where they don't have any way of work there in the deep forest, the sierras, deep part of the sierras. We are looking for women to also participate a lot. Maybe when the money falls in the pocket of a woman, it's more. We can buy food, shoes, school material. So we're providing clean water, and we are going to go once again to collect water to see what happened in these 3 years. And God first, I think that we're going to have clean water. The actions because of the climate, we have been preventing forest fires, and proof is that it's there. We don't have any reports of forest fires. We have been doing the reforestations. We have a very privileged place because the natural regeneration is great. It's better to have natural regeneration than going planting, but we're also planting. We carry out actions because of the climate, the responsible use of water that we have at the ejido, all the actions that we carry out, that's what I'm talking about. And we in the ejido are being an example, not only in the state, we're being an example in the whole country, because this agreement that we were able to celebrate with a private company is one of the first ones in Latin America. And we feel proud because a private company that is starting to get concerned because of water, then we have to brag about it and tell the other companies, we're here. Here we are. We're here, Coca-Cola, we're here, so that many ejidos are certified with us. We have several ejidos with us, and all the basins, I hope, are clean because they're coming from the same place. So this is an example that we want to present not only to Mexico, but to the world, that we can do it. Of all the benefits that we have been generating in the environmental, in the social, and the economic. Once we have generated these three concepts in a beautiful way, the other ejidos are doing it without any support, without having resources. But it would be beautiful to have that resource, and among all of us, have less contamination because of forest fires, have more regeneration to retain the soil. We are retaining a lot of the soil, and all of the water that is filtered with the security that it's reaching the basins clean. So I wanted to share this beautiful example that we've had for 3 years with one of our ejidos, and that we are looking how to duplicate it with the others. This is a small part of what we do with the ejidos. But we have many ejidos and developing carbon capturing projects that will benefit, because these actions have to be carried out and protect water. So I wanted to share the beautiful example that we have in Durango of how we as Topia Forestry Unit work with the government to have environmental services paid, and how we talk to the NGOs, which is the FCC, and with private companies. That is my participation.
Thank you very much, Maria Luisa, for your presentation and for Topia's ejido. It's possible for an ejido to become a very successful company. And Luis Alfonso said this is an event with indigenous people's perspective, but having Topia's experience here is important. Thank you very much, Luis Alfonso. He's not able to be here, but we would like to thank him for providing this experience. Now, we would like to talk about coffee. Coffee after corn is the second most important crop, social, economic, and political wise. We have SEPCO, and I would like Ana to tell us about this experience. Thank you, Ana. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mr. Escamilla and everyone here. It is an honor for the SEPCO, which is the state coordinator of coffee producers, to be here in this trinational discussion. My name is Ana Tejero, and I would like to talk about SEPCO's experience and what practices we followed for coffee production, but also for water productivity as well as land effective use. Well, we founded it 30 years ago. We are a social organization, a second-level social organization made up of cooperatives in different regions in Oaxaca. And we have coffee producers as part of our members, and we encourage productive environmental, economic, and social projects by promoting a sustainable development. In summary, the small coffee producers can have a better way of living. As I said, our main partners are small coffee producers, such as Tosepa Tito Denis. We have Paulina here. Most of them have 1 hectare of coffee and 1 hectare of cornfield. And some of them have migrated and then come back. We're talking about many indigenous communities. Some of them are bilingual, others are monolingual. So we have peoples from, we have Zapotecs, Mixtecs, Mixes, Chichantecos, Tahuates, Cuicatecos, and Mazatecos. 40% of our partners are women, and they get income not only for the coffee, but also diverse income according to the family economy based on labor and others based on the remittances that they receive. It is made up of 3,338 coffee producers. 40% are women, 45 in 45 cooperatives in all regions in Oaxaca, except for the Central Valleys, in 37 municipalities, and we work in 142 communities. We work at a landscape level, but in reality, shadow coffee production is in 7,600 hectares. This is a map of the state of Oaxaca, and I don't know if you can see this, but the parcels of coffee under shadow have to do with a mesophile forest, and we can see the mountain forest and also the high the highlands, where you can see a lot of work of conservation. In SEPCO, we want to conserve by producing and producing by conserving. So we have small coffee parcels, and as you can see, we are having an influence in many hydrographic basins. We work with a basin approach as well as a comprehensive landscape approach. What are our main strategies in SEPCO? Well, there was a pest coffee or a pest, so we had to renew coffee crops. We have been creating local capacities with techniques from the cooperatives and by providing technical training so that this production system can be preserved. And we also have had some research and development with demonstrative parcels where we are implementing new practices with a sustainability and quality approach in all processes to be able to trade locally and internationally our coffee, to increase the income level of the coffee producers family and have more resilience in the coffee chain supply with organic coffee. We don't use any type of agrochemicals. So which is the problem that we have found in terms of land and water? Here you can see the different problems at a parcel level and a general level. So we have found that there is food insecurity because there is an inefficient use of the soil, even though we have been working for 30 years in organic production of coffee, certified coffee, creating compost and applying compost in the coffee crops. We have seen that the soil and also the water quality as well as its amount have been depleted. There is a low productivity in our crops, low yield in corn and beans, and low water productivity. There have been very severe droughts and the depletion of water resources. At a state level, we have an increase on the vulnerability of the climate change crisis. Why? Because many bad practices have been applied under a basin scheme. It has caused disasters. For instance, upstream and downstream as well, we have lost some infrastructure due to some hurricanes. What practices do we consider are the most critical ones to keep this delicate balance between the human needs of water and environmental conservation? Well, we are working in a mechanism that includes ASA. ASA is a strategic approach, which is agriculture, land and water. And this allows us to promote biodiversity-friendly practices and water and soil management. This is a policy at a federal and state level, and the Hidrotopia works with some NGOs, international NGOs, as well as private NGOs to increase investment in sustainable agriculture. We are currently working on a green water approach. Maybe the green water concept sounds weird to you, but we know that of all in the world, we only have 3% of fresh water, and the rest is water from the ocean. But within the blue water, which is fresh water that is in the water bodies, lakes, rivers, streams, etc., this fresh water or blue water accounts for only 10%. The rest is green water. What do I mean by green water? Green water is the water that falls and that is absorbed by the biomass and the agri-forest systems, forests, or the existing plant on the ground. We are focused on the green water. Why? Because we have found that at a landscape level, there are many degraded or depleted lands where there's no type of green coverage, and all this green water that can be filtered is lost. Therefore, our focus has been on green water. We don't want to we're not focusing on water collection systems. We are working on the soil to be able to harvest water. There are many community techniques, and we have been working with soil management to increase the relative humidity in the soil and improve organic fertility of the soil. This is an example. With these demonstrative parcels that we have been implementing, we have been able to achieve more 5% additional infiltration of water in the soil. This accounts for a collection of water of 200 square meters of water within the ground. This has allowed us to have a better yield in the coffee crops, and these systems have become more resilient to the droughts I mentioned before. We work with the soil health by providing nutrients and measuring different physical, chemical, and biological measurements. This is a coffee crop that was damaged by the Roya Naranjada, the pest I mentioned before, and this had an effect in a diversity of trees. We started working with green water and soil health. We started by planting trees and then coffee, and you can see the difference on all the restoration or restored area. And in 4 years, we're going to be trading this coffee in the best markets because we are currently renewing new coffee varieties with very high quality. Esteban Escamilla could give a complete conference about high quality coffee and and the crops related to coffee. Now we are changing that paradigm. The traditional approach is reducing erosion. And in this case, we are training to not only to reduce erosion, but to increase soil porosity. We want to reduce runoff, but we want to increase infiltration. Before, we were forming soil from bottom to top, and now we're going to do it from top to bottom. Not only a runoff control physical works, but we want to have a permanent green coverage management. We don't want stripped soils. We want to have, in the traditional approach, we focused on soil physical restoration. Now we have the restoration, the biological restoration of the soil. In the case of the crop, of the maize crop, we want to avoid monocrops or single crops. We just want to have crop rotation. And we want to improve productivity. We want to enable renew coffee crops. We want to increase the density of shade trees in some established area, where not only do we need to increase the number of trees, but also the variety of trees, nutrition of the plants and soil with agricultural regenerative practices, and also expanding shaded coffee to depleted lands. And SEPCO has a financial body, SIPTECA, which grants credits with very low interest rates to allow this change to happen. And this renewal that includes an investment for the farmers, and they are now growing more resilient coffee species such as the geisha topi. We have parcels with 30 varieties of coffee, and we see how these practices work for the production, for the coffee production system. We also work on their certifications, organic certification, Rainforest Alliance, fair trade certifications, which provide an added value to the coffee that is traded under an internal control system from the seeds to export or coffee commercial trading, and with many international and national clients who acknowledge all these good practices related to biodiversity, water collection, among other things. Something very important is that all decisions in SEPCO are made through the meetings or assemblies as a maximum authority by respecting the governance of all the indigenous peoples that make up SEPCO. We also have meetings with group of women, and we are focusing on diversification as well. Before climate change, there are some producers that are located in lowlands where coffee has no potential. So we are diversifying our crops with cacao or cocoa production. And we have farmers also that are producing honey and also corn and fruit trees through the MIAV system. This is soils and water projects. We also have another project with livelihoods. It's a restoration project that will help SEPCO and small producers to accelerate the process to restore the landscape and the coffee crops for adopting successfully these practices for growing soils and collecting water. And we are working in 4 main planting systems, new systems for shade coffee, 2,000 hectares. We want to add shade trees in existing coffee crops. We are starting to work with forest systems on their community forest systems that has been very successful in Oaxaca. Establish a production forest with wood that can be traded. And we're working on trees, and we have some crop diversification pilots and we take turns to grow cocoa and corn. This is a coffee parcel that has complete forest coverage, and under these trees, the coffee is growing. And there's a green polygon and then a yellow polygon. The yellow polygon is a corn parcel or cornfield where the agrochemicals are being applied. So this parcel can pollute our parcel. So we are trying to change the mindset. People that have coffee parcels and maize parcels can do the transition to the green coverage. So they start producing shade coffee. Even though we have been going through very unfavorable crisis or the set of things that are happening, we believe that with the organization of small producers, the appropriation of the whole supply chain and the processes, and being competitive, we are able to be very successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ana, for the SEPCO experience with regards to coffee and all the plan that you have accomplished. Now, I would like to ask Jennifer Pitt to talk about her experience. Thank you. Do you want here or?
I know I'm the last thing standing between you and lunch, so I'll try to be a little entertaining. Thank you very much to the JPAC board and the CEC, and also thank you to our translators. I'm always just overwhelmed when I can be in a room full of people from different countries, different cultures, and different languages, but we can share in a conversation. I think that's so important. My story today is a little different from what we've heard before on this panel. I'm not talking about forestry or soil management, but rather about a watershed that has begun to see some transformation through governance and agreements. So that's really what my story is about. So as Commissioner Marcus mentioned on the first panel, I am talking about the Colorado River Basin. It's a binational basin. There are 7 states in the basin in the United States and 2 in Mexico. I like to start with these 3 pictures. On the top, you see where the Colorado River gets most of its water, which is the Rocky Mountains, near where I live in the state of Colorado, also Utah and Wyoming. 80% of this river starts as snow in the mountains. And that explains in part why it's so susceptible to climate change, which is really changing the dynamic of snowpack. The second picture is the Grand Canyon, which is one of the crown jewels of the national park system in the United States. And most people who know anything about the Colorado River usually know its association with the Grand Canyon. Important here is that that interesting geologic feature you see there was actually carved by the force of the water. And that's an important thing to keep in mind, particularly when you think about the final picture that I'm showing you here, which is the Colorado River trickling to its end in the sand between the states of Arizona and Baja California. We have used this river to extinction for the last half century. It doesn't flow in its final 100 miles in Mexico, and that has caused the loss of an ecosystem that was 1.5 million acres, or 800,000 hectares, a large ecosystem. And part of the story behind that is that this is an arid region of North America. There's 40 million people today who are getting their water supply from this river. We've exported it out of the basin in Mexico to Tijuana, in the US, from everywhere from San Diego and Los Angeles to Phoenix and up to Denver. They're huge pipelines moving water to people. We also use a huge amount of it in agriculture. I think of water here as the silent utility underpinning an economy that is the size of bigger than many nations, $1.4 trillion. And it's also a river that has been over allocated, and that is part of why we end up with its use to extinction. We've heard a lot about talk about inequitable distribution of water. There's recent investigative journalism pointing out that there are 20 extended families in California who have the rights to roughly 10% of this river's water. And that's amazing when you think that this river is supporting 40 million human beings. It is, because it's a snowpack-driven river, it is really one of the ground zero areas where we've had to deal with climate change impacts in a basin, where the hydrology has changed to the point where we see about a 20% decrease in flows in the 21st century, in the last 23 years, compared to the 20th century with our records. So I work for the National Audubon Society. Our mission is to protect birds and the places they need, which is, in the end, doesn't require me to know very much about birds. It requires me to work with a lot of people and to understand how people use and manage and govern water. I have, as was mentioned in my bio, about a 25-year history of working in this basin. And in the beginning, I was just a kid working, trying to figure out what we could do about the Colorado River Delta, about this ecosystem that had disappeared. And through great fortune, I met some colleagues also working for non-governmental organizations, both in the US and in Mexico. It's been very important for me to have partners across the border to figure this out. At any rate, we started this work in the late 1990s, and we had seen that there was some remnant habitat in the Delta thriving off of agricultural return flows and some inefficiencies in dams that were seeping, providing a little bit of water into that remnant Colorado River corridor. And we began a campaign effectively to secure a very modest amount of water to restore that corridor. We're not talking about restoring a 1.5 million acre ecosystem. We're talking about securing the rights to far less than 1% of the Colorado River's flow to reestablish connectivity in the Delta. So that is how we sort of defined our challenge and what we wanted to do. That led us to start thinking about what does governance look like in the Colorado River Basin. And I like to show this slide. The image on the left, I think, is how many people, at least people who work on water, pay attention to water in the United States, think about the Colorado River, which is a system for water delivery, pipes, dams, faucets, and it doesn't really look like a river. And that's how it has been managed. The other information I'm trying to share with you on this slide is that the binational relationship on the Colorado River is and has been managed through the International Boundary and Water Commission with sections in the US and Mexico. They don't relate to the report to the natural resource agencies. They report in the US to the State Department, in Mexico to the Foreign Relations Secretariat. And that means that historically, I think there was an outsized influence coming from the national capitals, very far away from this watershed, Mexico City and Washington, DC. And I think in the 21st century, we understand that's not always the best way to manage resources on the ground. So managed far away. And but they were managing under a treaty established in 1944. And this treaty allocated to Mexico about 10% of the river's water. And that treaty had provisions for Mexico also to receive some surpluses when there's high water years on the river, but that had never been scheduled. There's language in the treaty that says Mexico is to share shortages in times of extraordinary drought. But I think a lot of legal scholars would agree that that was effectively not implementable because it wasn't quantified. What does that mean? Mexico also, because Mexico is effectively the river's deltaic floodplain, full of the alluvial deposits, there's no topography. And so there's no storage for water in Mexico. Mexico has no reservoirs for the Colorado River. And then not surprising to anyone here, I think, is that the 1944 treaty remained completely silent on the environment. And that actually echoed a lot of the domestic provisions for managing the Colorado River through an interstate compact that goes back to 1922 that not only didn't mention the environment, but deliberately said it wasn't going to allocate water for Mexico at the time, again, corrected with the treaty, but also deliberately wasn't going to allocate water for Indigenous communities. And by the way, at that point in 1922, the Winners Act, the Winners case, Supreme Court case, was already more than a decade old. So it's not that they were acting without knowledge of the importance of water for tribes. I think that's a little bit of the backstory of how we ended up losing the Colorado River Delta ecosystem. And really, when I entered the scene with my NGO colleagues in the very, very end of the 20th century, the US and Mexico were really managing the river at arm's length. There was not a close collaborative relationship. So I've had the honor of representing NGOs for decades now, and working with my colleagues in Mexico and the US to try to figure out how to gain traction on the issue of the Delta. And what we realized is that we couldn't get the attention of leadership in either country, from the federal governments or the states, on environmental issues alone. Everybody was willing to acknowledge the problem of the Colorado River Delta. That was an easy thing to understand. It's not complicated like climate change. It's a missing river. But these are busy officials with many constituencies to answer to, many of whom represent great economic interests, different from environmental NGOs. And so we needed to figure out a way to get them to focus on the Colorado River. And what we figured out was, number one, to get a solution for the Delta, we needed the two countries cooperating and collaborating. And number two, we needed to start with water management issues that were more central to the focus of the federal governments. So think back to the treaty that I explained before. We ended up in 2012 and then again renewed in 2019 with some amendments, or we call them minutes, to the 1944 treaty that quantify surpluses and shortages for Mexico, that provide flexibility for Mexican water users to store water in US reservoirs. And that was a controversial idea a long time ago, but now is welcomed because our reservoirs are draining so significantly. Binational joint investments in water conservation, particularly in the Mexicali Irrigation District, which is an undercapitalized area. Increased coordination across the board on Colorado River management. And of course, near and dear to my heart, the opportunity for some collaboration with commitments from the Mexican government, the US government, and the binational coalition of NGOs to provide dollars and water for environmental restoration. I believe that this is the first treaty agreement in the world that actually allocates a volume of water for environmental benefit. I'm willing to be corrected on that, but nobody ever has so far. So what this looks like is that we started with what's most of the time a dry river for about 100 miles, running from roughly the US-Mexico border down to the upper Gulf of California. And we have been able to put water into that channel, not every year and not all year, but we are creating a seasonal river resource. The first time we did it, it was actually to great acclaim. And it actually, in that year, we were able to deliver the water through the channel where it passes by San Luis Rio Colorado, which is the biggest city in Mexico sitting on the Colorado River. And by the way, imagine living in a city named after a river that has no water in it. So then imagine having the water come back. That's what you see here in this picture, is everybody came out to celebrate the return of the river, to the point that there was like a fiesta on the banks of the river for weeks. This happened to be timed. We timed the flow for ecological benefit, but it also happens to be springtime. So it's Semana Santa and everybody was off of school and work. And this is just spontaneous. This was not organized, but people were so excited to see the return of the river, they came out. In my coalition, my Mexican NGO partners have been using the funds provided under the terms of those binational agreements to restore riparian habitat, with more than or almost 500 hectares of lands were restored with native trees, and we have plans for more. And it's all along the Colorado River Channel, and between the flows and the restoration of native forests, we're seeing the return of wildlife, and we've been monitoring, and we know that there's about a 70% increase in the population of birds and a 30% increase in the diversity of bird species in those restoration areas compared to the areas that haven't been restored. And as you saw, we're seeing people come back to the river when the river is there. And I think that is something we can all celebrate. And I was thinking about, what advice or requests I wanted to make for the CEC. And, I think there's lots of literature on the challenges of transboundary environmental problems. Really, what we typically find is that the laws of neither nation apply. Everybody, it's like a dead zone at the border. But the beauty of it is it also gives us a blank slate where we're able to use the creative energies and the goodwill of both countries to come together and construct something positive. I think my request would be to consider that not only do we need to restore nature because we have a biodiversity crisis, not only do we need to help people and restore nature in ways that are not at the expense of jobs or people's welfare, but we also need to figure out more ways to do our work that provides opportunities for reconnections of people with nature. It is an experiential thing, and it is generationally lost. And I had the incredible privilege of working on a project where we had a generational gain. People who had never seen that river before all of a sudden got to see it. People who saw it in their childhood got to see it return. That's a rare thing. I understand that, but we need to preserve those opportunities for our children and their children and forward. So thank you. Oh, and last thing, sorry, my last slide, I forgot, is that, of course, nobody does this work alone. This is NGOs working with the federal governments of the US and Mexico, and the NGOs, our coalition showed here 6, including NGOs from Mexico and the United States. So thank you for your time.
Muchas gracias, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. It's been very inspiring, and it shows all the possibilities that we have if we work collaboratively. Fortunate, water has come back to Rio Colorado. Many rivers now are named dry rivers, right? So this is pretty excellent. Thank you very much. We have time constraints. We only have 10 minutes for the Q&A session. So please let me know if we have any questions here so you can interact with our panelists. Please go ahead. Good morning, Jose Inés Loria from San Crisanto Ejido in Yucatan, Mexico. I have heard many Rio Colorado, Colorado River stories because I have met Enrico Serafin, who is a historian. And so that's why I'm I really liked this topic. I wish we could have access to your presentation. My question is as follows. In Dubai, we have the COP, and we go through the SDGs, SDGs that finished in 2015, and then we were told that we have SDGs we have to attain faster, 6 years now. And we also have the Paris Agreement, Montreal Agreement from the previous COP. I would ask, and I haven't seen the document yet, and maybe there's a document that I'm not aware of, but I would like the CEC to be able to identify within all these work framework in the North American region, how are we currently linking or relating to these goals, and if this work is related to these commitments? Because I remember that there was a meeting in Buenos Aires, and they don't have to tell us what we need to do because we're aware of the problems we are facing. We don't want the top management or that the countries to tell us what our problems are and how we need to address them. If I am aware of the causes, I will be able to have a solution. So I think that this is something that this approach would be the best one to let people who actually have the problems to solve them themselves, and how we are having an impact on the commitments that we have as countries in the international arena and as local, national, and global level. So we need to link these goals with these meetings. Otherwise, we just generate meetings and meetings and meetings, and we don't know if we're going in the right direction and be able to get back the flow to where it was before, as the Colorado River has done. Okay.
There's lots to talk about on the Colorado River. I, of course, couldn't fit everything into a quick story, but how do we end up with water for the environment is investments in water conservation. And when we get the cities outside of the Colorado River Basin who are pulling water hundreds of miles over and through mountains with enormous energy costs, when we get them to conserve water, we're actually not only conserving water, making it, avoiding the catastrophes of climate change and dead pool at reservoirs, having some small amount of water left for the environment, but also reducing the energy footprint. And I don't know if my figure here is current at this point, but within the last 20 years, there was a point where California's total energy use, 20% of it went to moving, treating, and cleaning water. So when we conserve water, we are also addressing energy demand. So they are related systems. And I like to tell a story about people and the river, but the work that goes behind what we do and probably what everybody here does has a more holistic framework. I believe that's the only way. I agree with you. That's the only way we're going to make progress.
Gracias, Jennifer. Y bueno, por cuestiones de tiempo, pedirles un comentario.
Thank you, Jennifer. Please give a final comment because we have no more time. So, Leila and Jennifer and Alisa, Ana, and go ahead, whoever wants to start first.
When someone was speaking a little bit ago, I think one of the questions for the session was framed as how can we achieve a balance between human needs and ecosystem needs or something along that line. But I think we also have to recognize it's often posed as if our drinking water or the ecology, and that's what we're fighting, but it's actually not true. If I think Rodrigo said it the most pointedly, and I think in the Yaqui River example, it came up as well. A lot of these overcommitments and permits, you know, when we have 150% of rivers that are permitted out, those are for other uses. And the pollution issues are often from mining and deforestation and other permitting processes. So I think we have to be a little bit more clear that the challenge is thinking about what sort of development, what sort of economy, what sort of extraction do we want to allow? Because just meeting drinking water needs, you know, at the basic level or basic livelihoods is not the significant challenge. It's allowing for the over abstraction for all of these other purposes. And, you know, I think we have to keep that in play in terms of the big uses and the industrial uses and how to balance that more effectively. Thank you.
Gracias, Lila. Adelante.
Thank you, Leila. And Luisa, go ahead. I would like to say that based on what I explained, that the cooperation or the different stakeholders make partnerships possible where the common interests converge, specifically to carry out a work based on results, to be able to talk to governments and companies where there's a privilege on or the payment of ecological services. I agree with with the three panelists. We need to have a more holistic vision in the comprehensive landscape, biodiversity, water management, as well as water security, putting the people, local indigenous peoples in the center. That will help us implement sustainable strategies and collaborate with the different sectors involved. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Your last comment? No more comments. So I.
Justo café, justo rua, junto cuida yoga, yoga yak, yoga te, les kak se ven ulas chitoka, bijel saka que estados, aka que gayobele, jertilga que agawa que da yega que la viden, la huelasto, chelena, suale y el ayoshke. Buenos días o buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am very glad to have the opportunity to express myself. I am a Zapotec indigenous woman from the city of Oaxaca. I would like to congratulate all of you for this beautiful activity that is taking place. My community name is San Francisco. And how can we take these experiences to my community? We have many good practices in my community. We have an open government community assembly or meeting. This is our way of living. We don't know them as such. We don't know what best practices are. We do not know what co-responsibility means or citizen engagement, but this is our way of living. This is the way we have lived for many years, for hundreds of years. And we would like to see our best practices without violating our trust and racism. We have been suffering for many years when we want to be studied as guinea pigs. And that's why our rivers are now polluted with plastic, straws, and everything that has to do with plastic. They have sent us bad practices. Large companies, instead of supporting us, we have been contaminated with bad practices, and the streams and rivers cannot be cleaned because 10 years ago we had great water or ways because of the felling of trees, because we do not have a source of employment. We need to migrate from our community. My community is 760 persons, and now we are only 350, most of them elderly, and most of the young people are in the United States looking for an opportunity of life, and they come back to our village with very bad practices. We have been contaminated because we are not guaranteed a source of employment. We are not guaranteed to take care of our biodiversity. We don't have food. We don't have money to take care of our biodiversity. Trees are full of pests. Our pines have the 3 pests, and there are no resources to mitigate the pests. Coffee, we are part of in a organization similar to SEPCO. We are not in, I mean, the fair trade does not allow us to be here because all the farmer does not have money to continue producing the organic coffee that is required. However, we are producing handcrafts such as silk, dresses for other communities. It takes us 4 to 6 months to create these dresses in a national country. We cannot sell our handcrafts, and this is the problem that we face. The indigenous matters is only 30, but nothing has been addressed. It has not been significant. It has not been landed to our village. That the speech has been the indigenous peoples, but we understand that the international, national, as well as state framework provides the rules and regulations. Nothing has been implemented, but there have not been any public policies implemented. We are only exhibited at the Guelaguetza. We are exhibited or showcased at the Guelaguetza, but the microphones are not provided to us. I'm sorry for taking this microphone abruptly. The microphones are turned off. Are not given the opportunity to listen to our voice. I am part of a foundation that works without the resources. I clean the streams myself. I take out all the litter because it is unimaginable the amount of litter that is carried through our rivers and streams. In Oaxaca, we have the opportunity to have many foreigners where they leave their plastic bag over there. They clean their house, but they're polluting our country. The only house that we have is our earth. And when you buy coffee, when you buy water, you are not aware of that because we all use plastic. We use straws. We are not aware. We use the gum. I see the chewing gum pollutes our areas. Birds die because of chewing gums littered. How can we create a sensitive public policies? Well, we need to see that and reflect that we are human beings. And now I am here representing 4 actions for integrity, which is involving the citizenship through 4 calls, so they remember that they are still human beings. And I don't want to talk about this further. Please follow us in the CPC-Oaxaca website. And my community is there. I'm fortunate to be part of SEPCO and to be part of my community. I'm very lucky to export our coffee to Germany and other countries where they like our organic coffee. We would like to do much more, but we don't have funds. We don't have opportunities. I just want to leave this at the table because we have no opportunities. So I want to take these opportunities to the North Mountain Range in Oaxaca and all the communities around. And this is all.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you very much. Everything that the lady said, I'm director of the CEC. So I'm want to speak a little bit in order to close this section and what has been said. And everything that you said is true. You are very right. Let's think on that and hear the paradox. We have a paradox, and I'm going to unite it to, or you join it to. How can we approach the collapsing of the biodiversity that the climate just can't stand anymore? And if that paradox is that if we don't do what we need to do, everything is going to be finished. All of us have to work for protection of the environment, the communities, the traditional knowledge, the recovery of rivers. Who of us recovered a river? Who of us recovered a river? If we don't do what we need to do, we are damning future generations to failure and to collapse. So it is important to reach the communities. When we spoke in the last panel, the legal frame of the hydraulic laws, they are not updated. They are not useful anymore to approach the climate crisis. The rivers are being dried. They don't support the regulatory framework to stop the climate change. So we had to change from the CC. We are trying to bring the community so that they can give us their knowledge and that we can help them to improve the management of the resources for the well-being of everybody. But it's very difficult. So it is very important to come and talk to us, to demand an action for the governors, to the ministers. And so this is a space in order to share this frustration, in order to find a better way, because everything that we have done up to date is not enough. That is the message that you have to take with you, that we are behind, that we are not arriving, and that we have to do more. Thank you to the panelists and everybody present for this debate, which is not easy, but we have to talk honestly about the difficult things. Because if we are not talking about difficult things, we're wasting time. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. And that is part of the essence of this dialogue. We see CEC officials here and a colleague that has a very real, a very just complaint that they are experiencing. You wanted to close? If you allow me, the message that you are saying, and with all my heart, I say that we can create an alliance for this type of events. Thank you for gathering us. We can have an alliance, and even though we are in Durango, we can contribute a lot. Everything that you said reached my heart, and that is, there are ways to start little by little and make progress. So I would like to create an alliance with you. Okay, very well. We are going to close this panel. We don't have any more time. And to reiterate your presence, and to share this valuable information. Thank you very much, and have a nice trip. Have a good trip back. Next, I leave the microphones with Octaviana, the president of the JPAC. Thank you very much, Esteban. Thank you very much to all of you. Lila, Maria Luisa, Ana, and Jennifer.
Your time and coming to us with the wonderful work that you're all doing in your communities. Before we go to the next report, Esteban, were you going to do a poll? Yes. Georgina is saying yes.
Bueno, hay una instrucción, una indicación de...
There's an indication and instruction that we have the survey online so that you can answer the survey. We have the questions after this session. Do you know more projects for the management of hydrological basins? There's 100%. Do we have any more questions? There you have the code so that you can participate. That's the only question. Thank you, Marcela.
Okay, well, again, thank you. We're going to now invite the chairs for the National and Government Advisory Committee. They are online, and I'd like to introduce you to them. Vincent R. Nathan is an expert consultant in local, state, national, and international environmental regulatory compliance and public health. Expert consultant in local, state, national, and international environmental regulatory compliance and public health. I think I said that already. He has 15 years of experience as adjunct professor at Texas A&M University and currently works as environmental and public health consultant at his own consulting cabinet. Welcome, Vincent. I would also like to introduce Austin Nunez. He is the chairman of the San Javier District, one of the 11 political districts of the Tohono O'odham, formerly known as the Papago Tribe of Arizona. He is currently serving his 9th four-year term, having continuously served since 1987. In his job as chairman, he presides over district council and community meetings and is CEO for the district's governmental operations. Welcome. Vincent, would you like to begin?
Thank you. Austin, do you want to start with the first lines?
Sure, I can do that.
Okay.
Good afternoon to each and every one of you. So we're going to do a brief report on the NAC and JAC as of this month, and regarding the JPAC Public Forum on the community-based conservation of freshwater resources, forging alliances for water stewardship in Oaxaca, Mexico, which is today. And if you go to the next slide, this is a brief agenda. The National Advisory Committee consists of 15 members from academia, industry, nonprofit organizations. And then the General Advisory Committee consists of 14 members from state, local, and tribal governments. And we will be having 2 meetings in 2024, I believe. Actually, we had 2023, May 18th and December 7th. And advice letters in January 2023, June 23rd, 2023. And our committee officer is Mr. Oscar Carrillo from the U.S. EPA agency. You can go to the next slide, please. And then we serve under the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Michael S. Regan is the administrator, and Jane T. Nishida is the alternate representative of Office of International and Tribal Affairs. Next slide, please. So again, Mr. Vince Nathan is chair of the National Advisory Committee. Oscar Carrillo is the NACJAC designated federal officer with Environmental Protection Agency, and myself as the chair of the General Advisory Committee. Next slide, please. So our mission is to, well, the committees were created in 1994 by Presidential Executive Order 12915, Federal Implementation of the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, and have been continued until 2023 by executive order. And the mission of the NAC and GAC is to advise the U.S. government on trade and environmental issues. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Nathan. He will continue with the slides.
Okay, next slide, please. Our upcoming December the 7th meeting, Austin just mentioned that there are 2 meetings per year. So our upcoming December 7th meeting is going to be, the purpose of that meeting would be to provide advice to the EPA administrator on exemplary cities, excuse me, in North America with strong climate governance, nature-based solutions similar to the TEK that we've heard the last couple of days at this meeting, and environmental justice engagement, which a number of minority cities in the United States in particular have strong environmental justice programs developed. The topic of this December 7th meeting is related to the Champion City Initiative announced at the 2023 council session in Canada, which some of you may have attended. Next slide, please. The NAC advice and the GAC advice are very similar in terms of the questions to which we are directed, such that the NAC and GAC advises the U.S. government on issues related to the CEC, as I mentioned a minute ago. We meet twice a year. We review CEC's operational plan and budget and the draft strategic plan. The recommendations are in the form of advice letters after each of our meetings, such that we receive what's called charge questions. These charge questions are based on the CEC's operational plan to some degree. The response that we're, I guess you could say, that we're responding to, or the questions we're responding to, are the questions generated from the CEC by the US EPA. Next slide, please. Both the NAC and GAC have the same charge questions, but because of the backgrounds of each group, each advisory group, the backgrounds dictate the direction to which they want to make their recommendations. For example, the GAC, the governmental advisory, or local, state, and government type agencies, and the NAC are agencies, really consulting firms similar to mine, as well as nonprofit organizations, et cetera, such that the perspectives of each group, the NAC and the GAC, differ only because of the backgrounds of the panel members themselves. So the GAC advice letters, we do these letters twice a year, one in January typically, and one in June. And those, that's how it developed this year. And the GAC provided advice, the NAC provides advice to the U.S. government on various, like engaging subnational organizations in shaping CEC climate adaptation initiatives, early warning systems for disaster preparedness on climate change. That's the focus of this year's letter, as well as identifying best practices, strategies, tools the CEC could develop to empower minority, low-income, tribal, and indigenous communities to address climate adaptation challenges. So you see that these charge questions for the NAC and GAC are similar in terms of the CEC initiatives that they addressed in that previous session. Next slide, please. And the GAC is no difference, only again in the perspectives of the member of the committee members. And it says the exact same topics because our advice letter, our charge questions are identical for the NAC and the GAC, but the response sometimes differ based on, again, the backgrounds of the members. Next slide. And that's the conclusion. But one thing I wanted to say on this slide is that since we're running a little short on time, we have 3 emails, mine, Austin's, and Oscar's. And I'll just read them out right quick. Vince Nathan is vrnathan@att.net. Austin Nunez is ANUNEZ @WAKNET.org. Oscar Carrillo at EPA is Carrillo, CARRILLO .Oscar, OSCAR @EPA.gov. And the last thing I want to say is that we want to thank JPAC for this invitation because we actually would like to see both Canada and Mexico have similar type organizations such that we can collaborate with some of our partner agencies and partner government and partner cities. We have some sister cities, for example, that can address particularly these climate change questions because it's going to impact the entire North American region. So we just thank you for the invite. And I know we were brief, but we just want to thank you again. Austin, if you want to add anything.
Just to say thank you to everyone and really appreciate everyone's input into this wonderful gathering that's convened in the last few days. So we look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince and Austin. NAC and GAC. I'm planning to be at your meeting December the 7th. So look forward to engaging with the NAC and the GAC. And I wanted also to say that Gail Small, member of the tech expert group, Bob Varney, JPAC member, and I have been past members of NAC and GAC. So we appreciate your work. And now for lunch. We will be having lunch in the restaurant, just outside the meeting room. And please be back by 2:10 p.m. so we can continue the afternoon session. Gracias. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed lunch with friends and new friends. We're going to begin with the overview of SEM Process by Paulo Solano. He is the Director, Submissions on Enforcement, Matters, and Legal Unit. He's the Director of that unit for the CEC. Paulo Solano is the Director of this Department of Legal Affairs and Submissions on Enforcement Matters for the Commission of Environmental Cooperation. Paulo Solano is a lawyer trained in Mexico with over 15 years of experience in the field of international law. His responsibilities at the CEC pertain to the implementation of the SEM process under NAFTA, USMCA, and CUSMA, and also includes advising on operational and legal matters of the CEC more generally. So, Paulo, welcome.
Thank you very much, Octaviana. Antes que inicie, bueno, había una encuesta aquí
Before I start, there's a poll that will be displayed on the screen because we're going to ask everyone how much of you are, how many of you are familiar with the SEM process, the submission of enforcement matters. If you're more familiar with SEM, we called the whole process a SEM. So please take a picture. We already have some answers. The question is, are you familiar with the submission on enforcement matters? 3/4 of the people who have answered are familiar with this process. If you have not heard anything about this process, this is the opportunity to tell you how this process works, what can you expect from the process at the end of it, and what is produced in the submission of enforcement matters. So we have yes and no. 79% are not familiar with this process. This is a very interesting data for me. So we have to continue disseminating this process. Not only do we have to disseminate this process, but also let people know what you can expect as the outcome of the completion of a submission of enforcement matters. So we're going to wait a couple of minutes before we start to let people answer this question. My name is Paolo Solano. I am the Legal Affairs and the Submission of Enforcement Matters process. The idea is to show you that this process that is under the USMCA mechanism, it used to be with the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, parallel agreement to the free trade agreement. It was a separate agreement, and it set forth in the Article 14 and 15 this innovative process that started in the 1994. During this, the negotiations of the free trade agreement, the parties established that it was better to integrate the mechanism of SEM within the Chapter 24 of the USMCA or CUSMA. So here we have the SEM process embedded in the agreement, and we also have an environmental committee which supervises the enforcement of Chapter 24. It is important to mention that everything related to them to SEM is overseen by the CEC. The parties of the CEC are involved in the mechanism, and the Council of the CEC, which is made up of the ministries of environment of each country, also get involved in the SEM. How many changes were there? Well, there were many changes. It's the same process, but the scope of the environmental law is at a federal level. In the past, we were able to go into the guts of the state, up to the municipal law. We created a SEM on municipal matter in Mexico, but the SEMs under the previous agreement have to be dealt with accordingly until they are completed. So what does this mechanism look like? What are the main steps? Actually, there are two main steps in the SEM process. This one is the submittance of the enforcement matter, and if this SEM does not, if the SEM does not apply because the government has not been informed, or they have not used the resources that are at their reach to be able to complain about this topic in a national fora, or many times what happens is that the submitter does not quote the law accordingly. So we filter them, and sometimes we give the document back to the submitter, and the submitter has 60 days to correct the SEM. And if we think that it's admissible and that it requires a response, we notice that the party involved in the following 30 days, and they have 60 days to provide an answer. Usually, the government party has two major elements in the answer. First, the actions that have been taken. That is, if there are inspectors or if it's going through an inspection and assessment, it has specific enforcement programs. There is a coordination office to carry out certain activities, or maybe we can be notified that there is a pending process that is closely linked to the SEM. And in that case, we will have to stop that aspect of SEM. So it's because it's still a pending issue. A very important part of this process is the answer. I need to provide, I need to highlight this because any person in North America can submit a SEM, and the government is committed or has committed to provide an answer within the following 60 days. And I do not want to leave this aside. I would like to highlight the importance of this response. When we believe, when the response of one of the parties is not complete, or there are more questions than answers in that response, we can recommend the Council of the CEC Council, the representatives, the ministers, the implementation of factual records. I'm not going to stop in the steps 1 through 7 because basically this is how we prepare factual records. We send this to the council. We include the information that we believe is relevant, and then we send these the factual records to the council. It is important to mention that the factual records involve the records. In fact, so we do not give any recommendations for a party to do something or to demote an officer or fire an officer. We just provide the context of the matter and the activities or actions that have been taken around it. So we provide charts, data, and all types of data relevant to the submission and data we have access to. But we have been asked many times, what happens after factual record is created? Well, in the past, there was no other steps once the factual records were published. Sometimes, in the past, the submitter had to see what to do next. But under Chapter 24, the USMCA, it is important to mention the following. The Environment Committee that was created under the USMCA can look at the factual records and submit and file or submit a series of recommendations to the council. So let's talk about the turtle. Loggerhead turtle. For instance, to have a cooperation program to preserve the loggerhead turtle in the Pacific Ocean. Another important point is that there is an updating process, which was party A and the counterparties within the council. So I think that these are major steps within the US law. And I have to highlight this, it's outside the SEM, but in the US law, in the law that implemented the USMCA, the Intersecretariat Committee, those responsible for oversighting the law at a domestic level, can provide recommendations to the parties. They get the factual records and they can turn to the country and say, I think this should be done. So it is important to mention this. Now let's talk about the numbers and what is active and how many SEMs we still have. The charts that you see right here are the total number of SEMs since the previous agreement in 1994 started in effect. 72 SEMs from Mexico, 33 from Canada, 14 from the US, and 2 with the US and Canada. Topics that addressed by national matters, and it had to do with water quality, actually, with embankments that were shared by the US and Canada. Regarding the number of factual records, we have published 26, 15 with Mexico, 9 with Canada, and 2 with the US. Regarding the active SEMs, there are many. I'm going to show a chart of how many we have open now. We have created a factual record regarding a SEM that was submitted based on the agreement, which is Nuevo Leon's fracturing methods, and also we are preparing the factual records for the loggerhead turtle, and we are also recommended in the agave production the creation of actual records. Bosque Primavera, we're waiting for the response of the party, and pollution in Canada's Pacific, we're still going through that submission. The rest have received the recommendation of the factual records, such as the avocado production, illegal falling in Jalisco, the Bosque de Primavera, and others, Mayan train, and the council has to tell us if we go further in this process or not, as well as the North Atlantic right whale. The number of submissions per country. This doesn't mean that we are in the highest point. It is an important point in terms of the number of submissions that we have. We currently have more submissions from Mexico, but this is not always the case. There have been years where Mexico had more submissions than its counterparties, and the other way around. During 2009 and 2013, there were more submissions from Canada compared to the ones submitted by Mexico and the US. This chart is very important. This year, the number of SEMs increased dramatically, 12. In fact, this is a new record. This gradual increase of SEMs took place from 2019 to 2020. We have been accruing the number of active SEMs we have that are still going in the process. Of course, if we look back at this information, 10 years ago, we have a peak of active submissions. Another topic that has been discussed is the time it takes us to complete a SEM process. So what we did was to develop a chart where the different bars and the colors in the bars represent how long each of us take to follow the SEM process. What we have asked the council is to address the instruction of the council to continue with the publishing of the factual records or not. For instance, the time it takes for each party to provide an answer is usually within 60 days. The Secretariat has also met the timeline, which is 60 days, to recommend the factual records or not. But sometimes the council takes months. For the loggerhead turtle, it took 2 years to instruct the secretary. In Nuevo León fracturing, it's been, I mean, the instruction or the vote for the council took 3 years. So I need to remind the council members that we have to participate in this process in a more assertive manner. So the parties adopted the different timelines for the council decision process. In 2016, we saw a drop on the number of days that it took to vote for the different submissions. And just recently, what we have seen is that this number is increasing. So we're trying to remind the council to engage in this process on a more timely manner so we can meet that timeline, reasonable times to be able to complete the process. What has happened during 2023? It's been a year of a lot of it's been a year of many activities.
We were preparing two files in fracturing in Nuevo León and the loggerhead. And we have in 2023, 27, since it's a record, and we have notifications with regards to the mechanism. And I should tell you, these determinations have to go in 2 or 3 languages of the CAC. So it's a lot of work that we have to carry out in order to reach these determinations in the official languages of the parties. So we're trying to meet the dates, but the truth is that I have a team that works very, very committed to the implementation of this mechanism. With this, I conclude, and I'm available for your questions or your comments if you're interested in knowing a little bit more about the mechanism, if you're interested in knowing how you can make a submission, and please get in touch with me through the website or right here. I'm going to be around. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Paulo. Well, Bob Barney and his panel come to the platform. I want to remind everyone that is online that throughout the event, you can submit your questions or comments via the chat function on Zoom. And if you're here with us presently and have comments or questions and you want to write them down, please do so and give them to any JPAC member. Go ahead. Okay. Now I'd like to introduce Bob Barney. He is going to be the moderator for session 3, Water Restoration, Collaborations Between Communities and Governments. And Bob is JPAC member representing the United States. Bob.
Thank you, everyone. And it's really a pleasure to be here today. I am sure that you've had a great conference for the past 2 to 3 days. Been lively discussion, lots of learning, and great time even during the breaks to chat with folks and meet them and talk with them further. So it's really been terrific. And I do want to thank once again, as many have done, all of you who have hosted us here today, all of the Indigenous communities who have participated, some of whom came from very long distances. We hear you. We are trying to learn from you, gain better perspective, look for opportunities to improve things, and want you all to know that we We feel that this process is a very positive one, a very important one, and most of all, you inspire us. So thank you. Also, a reminder that our sessions are recorded and are posted by the CEC. So for those of you that may have missed some of the slides or couldn't write fast enough or had to step out of the room for a minute, you can go to the CEC website and see those postings later to review the material again or to fill in anything that you may have missed or need clarifications on. The title of our third panel this afternoon is Water Restoration, Collaborations Between Communities and Governments. We have three presenters today. Unfortunately, two of the three had other complications and commitments. And so Nadir, fortunately, is here with us in person, but we will have two other presentations on Zoom. And our first presenter will in fact be on Zoom, Annie Fromosky, who is the Environmental Disaster Recovery Coordinator, Energy Infrastructure and Resource Management with the Métis Federation, National Government of the Red River Métis. And she has been involved with planning and implementation of the Federation's disaster management plan and has been involved with climate change issues at the ground level and will offer some really interesting perspectives on the work that she's been doing. Welcome, Annie.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? I hope everyone's enjoying sunny Mexico. As Bob said, my name is Annie Fromosky, and I am the Environmental Disaster Recovery Coordinator from the Manitoba Métis Federation, the national government of the Red River Métis. I just want to say thank you again for having me here today to speak. Today I will be presenting on Red River Métis perspective on collaborations between communities and governments, emphasizing the importance of local involvement. So we can go into the next slide. So before I dive into discussing the importance of community-driven initiatives, I first want to provide a background on the Manitoba Métis Federation, so there is clarity and uniformity. Next slide. The Red River Métis is one of the Aboriginal peoples of Canada referred to in Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. The Red River Métis is a distinct Indigenous people which was historically known and continues to be known as the Red River Métis, a vibrant Indigenous collectivity that was established with its own identity, language, culture, institutions, and way of life centered in the Red River Valley and expanding through the historic Northwest. Next slide. The Manitoba Métis Federation is the national government of the Red River Métis and is the first federally recognized Métis government in Canada. The Red River Métis are Canada's negotiating partner and confederation and the founders of the province of Manitoba. As a democratically elected government of the Red River Métis, the MMF is duly authorized by its citizens for the purposes of dealing with their collective Métis rights, claims, interests, including conducting consultations and negotiating accommodations as per MMF Resolution Number 8. While the MMF was initially formed in 1967, the origin lies in the 18th century with the birth of the Red River Métis and the legal and political structures that developed with it. Since the birth of the Métis people in the Red River Valley, the Red River Métis asserted and exercised their inherent right of self-government. For the last 50 years, the MMF has represented the Red River Métis at the provincial and national levels. Next slide. The historical Métis community was centered in modern-day Manitoba, and the community was highly mobile throughout the province and further. As you can see, the national homeland of the Red River Métis has a large footprint spanning across Canada provinces and territories and into the United States of America. Next slide. On July 6, 2021, Canada and the MMF signed the Manitoba Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement, which is the first agreement to give immediate recognition to an existing Métis government. namely the Manitoba Métis Federation, as the democratically elected government of the Manitoba Métis, also known as the Red River Métis. This agreement will be followed by a treaty between Canada and MMF, which at present is near completion and ensures that MMF will continue to provide responsible and accountable self-government. Next slide. So now we'll talk about the importance of local involvement within the MMF. Next slide. So the importance of the environment. Historically, the Red River Métis was strong in trading industry, relying on those connections to the lands, waters, and environment for both livelihood and sustenance. Therefore, it was and still is imperative that the Red River Métis work to protect the environment for today and future generations. The MMF understands the importance of protecting and conserving our traditional territory and are actively working to ensure the environment is protected for ourselves and future generations. Next slide. The Red River Métis have and continue to notice evident changes to the environment throughout the national homeland of the Red River Métis as a direct result of climate change. The MMF conducted extensive community consultations with Red River Métis on climate change. These consultations highlighted the evident challenges citizens are facing and having to adapt or mitigate to while on the land. You can see the 7 topics of priorities that were emphasized and are adaptation and mitigation measures the MMF will address to attempt to build resiliency of our environment for our citizens. Red River Métis citizens understand a collective initiative is required and they must do their part while there is still an environment to protect and improve upon before it is too late. So now we will dive into ways that the MMF has started this important work. Next slide. One of our initiatives is the Red River Métis Stewards of the Homeland. This program is where the MMF is directly engaging with Red River Métis citizens for land-based cultural education, training, and playing a key role in stewardship and land-based projects. As you can see, there have been many initiatives achieved through this program so far. Next slide. The Métis Community-Based Monitoring Program provides a network of opportunities for Red River Métis citizen scientists to participate in environmental monitoring programs and projects while holding land-based educational events throughout the year. The program works with our Red River Métis citizen scientists to provide them with training and equipment while supporting them in the field. Next slide. The program hosted several successful events, including bird walks, nature walks, bumblebee surveying, water monitoring, and in-person training events. Next slide. The MMF's Métis Environmental Leaders of Tomorrow, or MELT, provides land-based educational opportunities to Red River Métis youth, kindergarten to grade 12, with a focus providing climate change, education, and action. MELT seeks to educate youth on the impacts of climate change while providing educational programming on how environmental stewardship and Métis traditional knowledge can lead to positive climate action they can take back and impart on their communities. Next slide. The Métis Climate Leadership Program will focus on a few main topics, which include supports to the Red River Métis as we manage the health impacts of climate change, such as the impacts of extreme weather events, improve food insecurity, particularly in the north, help transition rural and remote communities to clean energy, and support greener infrastructure, as well as protecting biodiversity. Additionally, there will be a heavy focus on planning for capacity building within the MMF and among our citizens to ensure Red River Métis are leaders of climate change action throughout the national homeland and Canada. Next slide. Starting in 2010, the MMF began conducting traditional knowledge, land use, and occupancy studies as part of engagement and consultation process. During these studies, researchers sit down one-on-one with Red River Métis knowledge holders to map their land use and record traditional knowledge. In recent years, the data catalog has also been a source of insight for the implementation of environmental monitoring programs designed to watch over our lands and waters. Moving forward, the MMF will continue to conduct these studies to expand the density of the dataset in northern Manitoba and beyond the Manitoba provincial borders across the homeland. Throughout all these initiatives, in conclusion, and throughout all these initiatives, the Red River Métis are actively engaged and involved at a local level. As you can see, there are many opportunities for citizens as local involvement. Next slide. In conclusion, this is just a snippet of the ways that the Manitoba Métis Federation is emphasizing the interconnectedness of water with biodiversity, shared environments, and the sustainable practices, but is involving citizens throughout the initiatives for local involvement. The MMF continues to prioritize working with governments and continues to host consultations with proponents to ensure Red River Métis citizens' voices are heard through the engagement and consultation process of the Manitoba Métis Federation. So I just want to say thank you all for having me here present again, and then you can go to the next slide. And I've just put my email there, so if you have any questions following this presentation, I am happy for you to reach out and we can discuss further. So thank you.
Thank you, Annie. On your last slide, you talked about collaboration with government. Could you provide us a little more detail on that level of collaboration and what is your relationship with the provincial government and the federal government as it relates to this effort?
Yeah, definitely. So it kind of stems a little bit back to what I spoke about in the beginning of the agreement between the Manitoba Métis Federation and the federal government. So there's that bilateral agreement with Canada to really towards truth and reconciliation and working towards that treaty that is almost implemented in terms of the provincial government. As you may be aware that the Manitoba provincial government has just recently changed premiers. So we are working on building a relationship with that new government and hopes that we can continue these efforts to support our Red River Métis citizens.
Great, thank you. Another quick question before we move on to Nadir, and we'll have an opportunity for questions after the three panelists as well, but can you think of some lessons learned from this effort that you've been undertaking that you could share with others who might be involved in similar efforts?
Yeah, I think lessons learned is that we just obviously all care about the environment very much, and it's very noted that our citizens do as well. And I think that we just have to continue to push towards that, the climate, and having Indigenous knowledge heard as much as possible in these initiatives so that they are protected as the environment changes.
Great. And the last one is funding. Have you received funding from the federal government or the state or provincial government rather to assist you in this effort?
Yeah, the Manitoba Métis Federation does actively apply for funding from the federal and provincial government, and we have received funds for these initiatives.
And is it one agency or multiple agencies that are involved?
We often work with Environment and Climate Change Canada, and as well as the other ones within our department, such as Agriculture and Natural Resources.
Great, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Annie. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll be back to you in a short while. Our next speaker is Nadir Quiroz, Projects Coordinator, Floricanto Center for Indigenous Rights. He has been consulting with them for the last several years, I believe since 2019, and has been working with 16 communities in the Oaxaca Central Valley region with the aim of ensuring access to water. He has a tremendous background in working with Indigenous communities and with NGOs on health and environmental issues. And I would now ask Nadir to join us with his presentation. Nadir?
Go ahead. Muy buenas tardes. Muchas gracias a la Comisión
Good
para
afternoon. Good afternoon, the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. Thank you very much for this space to share part of the reflections about this process, which is iconic for the Central Valley region. And now we are going through a new stage with a responsibility that all communities have nowadays to steward and manage water according to their customary laws. Well, let's remember a little bit of the water defense process in the Oaxaca Valley region. In 2006, 16 communities came together to address water scarcity, and the federal government that was blaming the farmers from these 16 communities for an overexploitation of the aquifer, which and that was not proven. And this led to an inhuman treatment for the farmers. So these communities came together to work in water structure, water facilities to guarantee access to water in these 16 communities. Later on, they started the legal battle. And here is where Flor and Canto has been legal advisors for these 16 communities to be able to modify a decree of closed season that prevented them from having access to water. So the indigenous communities were not consulted, and they were not aware of this. They were not consulted, sorry. And there was a series of battles and lawsuits at the court. The court ruled in favor of the indigenous peoples, and the Water Commission was instructed to look at the ban for using water and to start a consultation process for changing the banning decree in 1967, and then in 2015 we started restoring the water rights of these Zapotec communities, and the right to self-determination had to be respected, and the water management had to be respected as well. Within the consultation process, in major and significant agreements were entered into, the communities started discussing all these international water provisions and access to water and their traditional territory. And the outcome was an agreement entered into on October the 12th, 2011. And this initiative of a bill of law was sent to the Congress, so the Aquifer 2025 would be managed by the indigenous peoples. This is a milestone because within the articles, the right to water in their traditional territories was acknowledged for the first time. So This can be seen in an official document from Mexico, and for the first time, these indigenous peoples were acknowledged the right to manage water in their traditional territories. Within this decree of regulated zone, in the Article 6, the community authorities have been acknowledged at the same level as CONAGUA authorities. CONAGUA is the Water Commission. And this is the community authority sets forth the principles in which the taking care of water will be done in each of these traditional territories. This document is also important because in Article 7, self-determination and autonomy of the indigenous peoples were acknowledged for the first time ever in our country. They were granted the authority to manage underground water or groundwater because in the Constitution sets forth that water is a national good and that is managed by the nation. But here you can see that there is a possibility to acknowledge national goods to the indigenous communities. And Article 8 acknowledges the right of the communities to have an indigenous community concession. And this concession can be governed by community rules, which implementation of which will be based on their customary laws in each community. We also see that this decree is important because the indigenous community concession figure was created. It had not been acknowledged before. If you remember that National Water Act provided concession to individuals and companies, but this act had never acknowledged the community as an authority. And after this decree, the indigenous community concession was acknowledged and authorized to manage water. This is an important element that has to be showcased because these indigenous community concessions would be governed by the community regulations that our indigenous peoples had observed during many years through the assembly. The assembly or the meeting, the community meeting, is the maximum authority to regulate water as well as take care and manage it. And then we have Article 9 in this decree. Article 9 forces CONAGUA to create incentives and actions to the recharge of the aquifer. So this is a turning point in terms of the relationship that the communities can have with the state in terms of water management. So once the territorial and water rights were acknowledged in the region, we have seen that there's the opportunity for the communities to make the more assertive decisions to take care of water at the local level, and this should be the consensus of the communities. In other words, we don't want to have unilateral provisions, but collective ones. It is important for us to have this framework because water and territory governance is strengthened through the incorporation of technical knowledge and data creation in the communities. One thing that happens is that The communities have had these technologies for centuries, but these technologies had not been acknowledged before. But with this new decree, these huge and vast and millenary knowledge is now taken into account for water management in their own communities. This is also important because now communities are creating data to be able to make informed decisions to take care in a better way of their aquifer. Before this decree, the government provided the information. That data is not available for these communities. So it is important for that communities to understand their current situation in terms of water so they can take care of it. Another important point is that the communities, through this decision-making process, through this right to self-determination in their territories, can stop third-party projects that can have a negative impact in their traditional territories, or that can put water at risk in their own communities. So now we have different legal figures and also exercising the human right to water. This new decree also created a series of mechanisms for public management for the community centers to strengthen and develop technical processes in a more straightforward and organized manner without using a foreign technician at their community. In other words, the community can take ownership of data collection on water management and the works necessary to take care of water. And finally, it is important for us to highlight that in this collaboration between the communities and the government, traditional knowledge can be can get the value they deserve, and we can have the possibility of acknowledging the traditional knowledge, the spiritual link that the communities have with water, and the water is considered is not for trade, is not a commodity. It is considered an element that has to be respected. This structure or this decree involves several challenges as well. This new collaboration is very recent, and they have started to implement their own rules. They just started 2 years ago, and we need to strengthen the community assemblies or meetings to also strengthen the decision-making process within their communities. Another challenge is gradually reducing the volumes of water that are not associated with human rights and agriculture that deplete the basins and the groundwater. Another challenge is being able to regulate the overexploitation of water in their territories. It is also important, and another challenge that communities have is to prevent overexploitation of the aquifer they have rights upon, because all these activities can create disputes, but at a long run, we believe that the community management will tend to reduce local conflicts in terms of water. All this background is very good, but we will now we will not be able to consolidate all these activities if we do not change the National Water Act. It needs another approach where an indigenous perspective is included, a progressive one that can guarantee human right to water. The previous panel, or two panels ago, Dr. Rodrigo mentioned that National Water Act is designed to dispossess the communities from their water. So we don't believe this act can strengthen community management if it does not change, if it's not modified. That's all. And I would like to thank the invitation for this panel.
Well, thank you, Nadir, and that's really encouraging to hear. Seems to me to be a great model for how to collaborate and how to develop a framework for moving forward. I hope in the future that you can keep us informed about your progress on this initiative and collaboration, and especially appreciate the fact that in looking forward, you acknowledge some of the challenges that you may face as you implement. And so that's, to me, very, very impressive to hear about, and a wonderful model for us and something we want to keep track of, and I hope you'll keep us informed. Thank you. Our next presenter is Nick Wabruck, who is co-founder and chief operating officer of Blue Forest Conservation. Nick has a very interesting background. He has been in the Peace Corps. He has environmental engineering degrees from Cornell and Stanford University and an MBA from Cal Berkeley. He has worked in rural areas on water issues, and it was really interesting to dig into some of his background in preparation for today's meeting. And in founding this organization, he has taken a different approach to try to fill a gap that he saw that existed relating to major wildfires and the capacity of the U.S. Forest Service to deal with some of these major wildfires in terms of restoration, but especially to try to fill a gap using private investor capital to help with some of the upfront costs in restoration, whereby the investors would provide this financial investment. There would then be beneficiaries of the investments who would then help pay back funding a return on investment to those investors. So it's a fascinating approach that he's undertaken in his role as co-founder and COO of Blue Forest Conservation. I'm very anxious to hear more about it. So welcome, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. It's quite a privilege and opportunity to present. Thank you to the CEC and JPAC for the invitation. Muy buenas tardes a todos. I also want to thank the coordinators of this call. As much as I really was intending to be there in person, some family illnesses have prevented me from being able to attend. But I would say participating the past 2 days virtually, this has been the best multilingual virtual event that I have ever attended. Thank you for the real-time translation and being able to see all of the materials presented. I've learned quite a lot myself. My name is Nick Wabruck. I'm a co-founder of Blue Forest Conservation, and we are a nonprofit that uses science, economics, and partnerships to finance and fund and accelerate environmental restoration. In short, in my personal passion, we want to transform how our economy starts investing in what matters and invests in resilience and climate resilience and ecosystem protection and restoration. How we pay for restoration, conservation, and environmental climate solutions matters too. And far too often we're thinking we are limited by the grant resources and funding to do projects when what may be needed is is an accelerated scale to address quite monumental and costly challenges in front of us. So we need viable mechanisms to pay for and realize our collective resilient vision. And how we pay for that and how we can make those contributions, commitments, and payments equitable is fundamental to how Blue Forest as a nonprofit functions, with many other partners, I will say, and I'll share a little bit more about that. Just add that the cost of inaction and the benefits but cost of taking action really could be part of the discussion on accelerating climate solutions. Now, before and with that introduction, it was mentioned that we're using investor capital. And so I'm going to share a little bit of how that can work, because rightfully so, that can make raise a lot of questions, and it should. Some that are controversial. How do we value services, ecological services? We might raise questions of what is fresh water worth? What is a tree worth? What is fish and salmon worth? I'm going to let everyone, hopefully at least me, breathe a sigh of relief that the answer is that those are all priceless. Those are intrinsically valuable. Those are of perpetual value. Those are exactly what I'm signed up to try and protect. And I actually think a more productive question is, what is the cost to protect those resources of intrinsic value? And then how can we fund it? And this mechanism that I'll introduce as the Forest Resilience Bond is meant to be complementary to all the other solutions that people have been presenting today. So policies, water rights, Indigenous rights, they're all essential to secure fresh water, to secure a more resilient future. And in many ways, Blue Forest and a Forest Resilience Bond is to complement that vision and those solutions that are presented. So maybe we can go to the next slide. And I want to help define the problem, at least how we see it in Western dryland forests of what is now the United States. Historical exclusion of tribal land management has contributed to the wildfire crisis. What you see here are pictures with dates above them from the same vantage point of how our forests have changed. Now, tribal land practices often were applying fire to the landscape for achieving resilience, for regeneration. Combine exclusion of those practices of prescribed fire, as well as policies of the U.S. Forest Service to put out all fires for the past 100 years, and combined with climate change, has contributed to exacerbating a much bigger wildfire challenge than we would have otherwise been in had we maintained some of those historical, traditional ecological knowledge of land management practices that are now Western science is learning quite a lot about the historical land management practices and variability and diversity of ecological land management practices that contributed to restoration. Also, additionally, logging practices over the last many, many decades, that ended a few decades ago, but would have only pulled out the largest, most commercially valuable trees and left the other things, which then further contributed to greater wildfire risk because it's the smaller diameter, smaller trees that are more flammable, more likely to spread fire. So there's been a cascade of challenges that have contributed to much bigger wildfire challenges. You go to the next slide, please. This is a problem that pervades the Western United States and the need for ecological restoration. You look at the understanding of, by many metrics, 50 to 60 million acres are in need of different forms of restoration. That's a many tens of billions of dollars challenge of cost. Now, it provides benefits for many decades to follow. And there's there's a reason to say, well, should we try and fund that today, or should we try and fund that over time? And there are tools for doing that, and there's rationale for why we likely want to do that. A little bit more about the challenge facing us, if we go to the next slide, is that now we're seeing fires in the Western US that are immense in size. And it used to be considered what's called a mega fire for fires that were over 100,000 acres in size. Over half of the largest of the acreage that's burned in those mega fires has occurred in the last 3 and 4 years. I mean, there is a massive change in California and in many parts of the Western US in seeing much larger fires due to many of the causes that I shared. So what connects us all and why I'm sharing about forests and wildfires is there's a tremendous impact to our water resources, to protecting and securing fresh water, to also protecting communities and public health. And there's downstream effects from these fires that impact flooding, water availability, community economic development. If we go to the next slide, please. You know, large fires present a risk to many values, many outcomes of value, such as water quality and increased flooding. So after a large fire, especially a high intensity fire that might be stand replacing, so 90% or more of the trees are dying in that fire, it's scorching the earth, it's creating much more erosion, and it's contributing to impaired water quality, faster melting rates and flooding risk, and increased hydrograph which makes water management very difficult. You know, healthy forests are more resilient to fire. Fire is not a bad thing, just high intensity fire that's unnatural is the unnaturally and damaging bad thing. It emits far more carbon, it kills far more trees, and it changes the chemistry of the soil in ways that may contribute to a loss of habitat, again, carbon emissions, all sorts of water quality challenges for securing fresh water. Additionally, doing something about the restoration activities and having more resilient forests, in large part based on how they had been historically, like that picture that I shared previously, can not just reduce the risk of high intensity fires, it can also augment, protect, and increase water quantity in some cases that are a benefit in drought-prone areas for folks and communities that are dependent on water, on augmenting the water supply. Now, many of these losses and gains with respect to high-intensity wildfire or the wildfire crisis are of economic consequence. You know, communities, utilities, and our climate resilience goals as a global community are impaired by these large and damaging fires. So how might we pay for the enormous cost and the scale of this wildfire challenge? Let me go to the next slide, please. You know, it's likely going to have to come from many sources. And we have some models, although often not necessarily with outcomes that we fully support with infrastructure, but many times infrastructure finance and local community finance have contributed to many of the things that we often enjoy in our communities, whether that's transportation, water infrastructure, school districts, other community resources that are built. And we refer to that as infrastructure finance. It's accessing capital now to do something big and important for the community, and then having it paid for over time by many sources, often many different governmental sources, and potentially private parties that can also contribute. Now, something important and why I bring up infrastructure finance right away is when we rightfully ask questions and get nervous about investor capital funding environmental resilience and conservation. In these examples that we have on the slide, these investors never dictate what the project should be. They really get to say, do we want to provide a loan to that requester or that solicitor of money to do that project? Are they likely to be able to repay it back? But the investor, let's say it's a pension fund or these are bond funds, these are loans. They're investors with no say in what the project should be. And part of Blue Forest's goal is to try and package projects with as low risk as possible of being successful, so that the investors are willing to offer as low an interest rate as possible to achieve these really big projects. So think about a school district and a school bond that might build schools. Well, that investment capital, again, is not telling the school district what school they should build or how big it should be, but they are saying, are we likely to recoup our money over time from that investment? Next slide, please. So how does this work in practice? Again, it's pretty familiar, and while this is somewhat of a new and novel approach to how we might fund ecosystem restoration at that enormous scale that we shared a few slides in the beginning slides, 58 million acres. How might we do that is we can access capital if we can make these projects seem very familiar and not exotic to the capital markets. And access to capital markets, again, is what has allowed in many parts of the world development of water resources, water systems, schools, bridges, the infrastructure that can be very important for communities to function. If we can extend that tool to fund ecosystem restoration in responsible and appropriate ways, that could be enormous for accelerating and achieving climate resilience. So how this project works, or how this program works, is we raise capital per project and per landscape or watershed. So investors know what they're putting money into, which is for activities within a certain area to fund typically an implementation partner that's a nonprofit, often in some of our projects, tribally led nonprofit organizations that lead and fund and implement those restoration activities. Beneficiaries such as utilities, communities, state governments, potentially private entities that are looking to be able to report on environmental outcomes, make commitments to pay back over time that upfront cost as implementation is accelerated. And that eventually pays back the investors. And all of this hard work for a 2 or 3 or 4% return. So it's very much a passion project. It's not a high return type of focus. Our goal and at Blue Forest as a nonprofit, again, aligned, if we can lower the risk of these projects, make them look familiar like a school bond, then it can be very low interest rates as well. And that's in part because it then it has a low risk of being successful. It has a high chance of being successful, a low risk of not being successful. Next slide, please. So what does Blue Forest do to try and package this work? Well, first off, we don't plan projects ourselves. And the enormous opportunity for tribal participation as well is in that planning process. So what we have here, it says ecosystem services on the left. That's really permitted and planned environmental restoration projects, but it helps provide services, right? It helps provide the outcomes, which is why those projects were planned in the first place. And that planning activity of what's right for the landscape, what's right for the communities, what's right and effective, especially implementing traditional ecological knowledge, and local community participation, tribal participation of the historical lands of those communities and governments in weighing in on that landscape management is a very perfect place for identifying the activities of conservation and restoration to implement. How Blue Forest participates is then tries to understand how can we bring resources to fund the implementation of that resilient vision. So we do 3 key things. We help evaluate the benefits and outcomes with partners of what the project what that implemented project would achieve. We help draft the agreements and contracts that can allow and facilitate pooling of resources and investment to fund that restoration work. And we also model out the financial vehicle so that investors, again, pension funds and other sources of capital markets in the US can say, I see that investment opportunity. That looks like low risk. It also meets our environmental social governance goals. It's something we want to be a part of. This is compelling and it's not confusing. It's straightforward and it looks similar to other types of bond investments that we might participate in. Next slide, please. So we're a part of a handful of projects now that I'll share more about in the next 2 slides. The first 2 projects are part of what's now the North Yuba Forest Partnership, and includes many partners, some of which are utilities, the Nature Conservancy, so large environmental NGOs. It includes a local environmental NGO, the South Yuba River Citizens League, includes the National Forest Foundation as an implementing entity. It also includes the Nevada City Rancheria of the Nisenan people, a tribal entity that signed the MOU that's weighing in on, are these the types of restoration activities that are desired in that landscape? And we want to try and increase tribal participation in future projects. In fact, on the next slide, you can look at that. We have projects going on in Southern Oregon as well. Next slide, please, if possible. Where that yellow star in Southern Oregon in the Western United States, that's being projects led and implemented by the Lomacatsi Restoration Project, which is a very knowledgeable, high capacity, tribally led nonprofit that is implementing restoration work. Oftentimes the case for many implementers that we meet, they have a working capital challenge, and they also just need more resources to be able to implement that work. And so by financing some of that work, it can help increase the contributions and commitments from other parties. And it can also alleviate some of the challenges for implementers on the ground to be able to do their best work. Now, additional thoughts around opportunities for increasing traditional ecological knowledge and Indigenous community participation that Blue Forest is enthusiastic about how to support is co-management of U.S. federal lands for some areas where there's that capacity. Encouraging tribal participation in the environmental planning process. Establishing MOUs and agreements up front where tribal governments and the U.S. federal government are coordinating on the environmental planning. You know, some of the challenges and learning that Blue Forest continues to do is what should our role as a nonprofit be with respect to the government-to-government consultation process? And often that answer is like, we don't have a role, but where our hope is and our aspiration is that we can be a part of projects where that government-to-government consultation process is being highly utilized and developing projects that are really honestly, holistically, and conscientiously planned. And so our role in part is to sort of define what our ideal vision of participation of Indigenous communities and tribal in project planning should be. There's additional opportunities then for tribes, like I mentioned, the desire for and past practices of prescribed fire in landscapes, for the workforce development opportunities of local governments and tribes in implementing much of this restoration work as well. So with that, I want to thank people for the time. Thank you to CEC again, and look forward to further discussion.
Terrific, Nick. Thank you so much, and thank you for your outstanding work. I do have a couple of questions before we turn to open mic, so to speak, with questions from the audience. But one question I have is, have you done any outreach or collaboration with Canada or Mexico or NGOs in those locations?
Yes, thanks for that question. We are eager to. We've in the past spoken to the Nature Conservancy of Canada about potential challenges and opportunities in the Western U.S. and would love for some of that discussions to continue. Now that we've often been focusing on the technology and tools for estimating some of the environmental outcomes that I think could apply to other geographies now with this work. We also do have some ongoing work in Honduras and Central America with a handful of NGOs as well. So international contexts definitely apply. I think one opportunity for learning for us is how agreements, contracts, and finance, like access to capital can be facilitated for resource, scarce environments where that is a big need, because it's been a big help for how we see our infrastructure often built in places like California, but not every place is California, right? So what are the rules, laws, and legal frameworks for facilitating that flow of capital for restoration is something that's pretty exciting for us.
Great. Another item is, in terms of restoration, can you provide a little more clarity in terms of restoration measures, activities that were undertaken as part of the restoration effort?
Yeah, thank you. And with more time, I would have had more slides and pictures of much of that. So thank you. I appreciate the question. So a lot of it is small diameter thinning of, can be by hand or with machine, of the more fire-prone small diameter trees. However, in our first two projects, there's in the planning, it's a comprehensive planning document, and it includes activities like meadow restoration, which is floodplain reconnection, aspen regeneration, and invasive species removal. We like to say that we want to fund the whole aspect and not pick and choose some restoration activities and not others. We want it to be a holistic approach, and that also it makes it much easier for us if we're in another discussion. It both resonates with my values and our values as an organization. It's also the right thing for us to do. If we don't want to have to defend only funding aspects of some restoration, not others, when there's a holistic plan for a watershed. So
great. And then my final one before we turn to the group. I'm sure we have a lot of questions for all three of our panelists, but how did you arrive at this initiative? What stimulated your desire to fill this gap, and how did you identify the problem and how you could help solve the problem of limited resources and startup money for restoration and the like?
Yeah, thank you. We had a lot of learning to do. Part of my passion in environmental protection, didn't know about the need and opportunities for this solution from the off years ago. It was part of my time in California. Actually, when I was a student at UC Berkeley, there was a trip planned to Yosemite National Forest where it was closed due to large fires. That picture that Felicia Marcus had shared in the beginning of today's sessions, that's an iconic location treasured, and that had to be cut short due to or canceled altogether because of fires. And the more we were spending time in California and seeing larger and larger fires, impacts to air quality for communities, and my background as a water resource engineer, having worked for utilities in the past, made me wonder what are the impacts to our water resources from these large fires. It was only then and also much of the leadership that many other environmental organizations have provided around restoration opportunities motivated to think, well, there's solutions out there, well, partial solutions. How might they be funded? And lastly, just to share how much this has been knowledge sharing from many organizations, researchers from the UC system, hydrologists and forest ecologists, as well as greater awareness of past tribal land management practices with prescribed fire, have helped provide the mechanism and framework and tools to communicate what the benefits and value of this work could be. And we're trying to wrap that together. So for me, it's been the inspiration from so many others who've provided insights on what could be done for a more resilient future. We really want to follow that lead and work to provide resources to achieve that landscape vision of resilience.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. We do have a question that has come in for Annie. Are you still with us, Annie?
I am.
Great, thank you. Could you speak more to how the Federation works with proponents, and what does meaningful engagement with industry look like from your perspective?
Yeah, definitely. So I guess a little bit of history for the engagement and consultation process for the Manitoba Métis Federation. So at the 2007 Annual General Assembly, the Manitoba Métis Federation passed a resolution number 8, which mandates a single window approach to engagement and consultation with the community through our MMF office. So kind of what this means is that we ensure that when a proponent is looking to gather information from the Manitoba Métis Federation and from its citizens, it is done through the MMF, and that we can effectively communicate with our citizens what it is and look at the impacts on the rights, interests, and claims of the Red River Métis. So it's just how we go about when government and proponents are interested in how something might affect Red River Métis citizens and just their right holders, and just meaningful consultation is to ensure that Métis rights, including the right to hunt, fish, trap, and gather, will not be infringed upon.
Great, thank you. A question that I have for all three of you, and Annie, we can start with you since you're right there. If you were speaking to the top environmental official in Canada or in the US or in Mexico, as it relates to water resources and water restoration issues, what would you recommend that they do? What things could you offer to them as meaningful, fruitful suggestions that would help address this issue in a way that would be highly effective? And I'll go to each of the three of you with that question. Thank you, Annie. Sorry to ask a tough one, but
that's okay. I will do my best. So I think if I were to go talk to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, I think it is important, first, of course, to follow a distinction-based approach. In Canada, we have First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. So to ensure that all rights are collectively looked after and meaningfully engaged, and then also just ensuring that they are taking into account Indigenous knowledge that has been around for, since the 18th century, as I had mentioned, and ensuring that those are put forward into new initiatives and ensuring that it doesn't infringe on the claims and interests of Red River Métis citizens.
Great, thank you. Nadir?
Sí, a mí me gustaría pues hacer una.
Well, I would like to recommend the following, especially to guarantee the privileged access to water to those Indigenous peoples that take care of their common goods, but that they also do aquifer recharges. In these zones, the communities already work under a decree that privileges them to water access, but very nearby there is a mine. It is a Canadian mine, actually, and my recommendation would be that international standards should be enforced for any company that would like to develop their activities in Indigenous people's lands, and the consultation should be requested for the Indigenous peoples, even though the local standards allow this over-exploitation of water. We know that the National Water Act does not guarantee access to water for the communities, but there are treaties that Mexico has entered into and that have to be enforced to protect that territory in which communities have done some recharging works. So the authorities, the governments should be able to enforce those international agreements they have entered into, because it seems that the officers of lowest levels are not aware of the ILO agreements or others, or they do not acknowledge any indigenous territory. So that's my recommendation for the governments. They should be able to be aware of all those international agreements that these countries have entered into, so they are enforced in they're enforced when they go to another country to develop their activities.
Great, thank you, Nadir. Nick?
Yeah, thank you. I would say, with respect to increasing the funding and accelerating restoration of watershed protection, put incentives on the table if you're the US federal government with two requirements. One is inclusive Indigenous community participation in the NEPA planning process. And two is other local contributions from utilities or other parties that partially stand to benefit from a more resilient and restored watershed, from the wildfire risk reduction, from the water quality or quantity benefits. Obviously have some exceptions and carve-outs for lower resource and disadvantaged areas where that may not be possible, but there is a lot to gain for so many parties from achieving a more resilient landscape. And if the federal government can trust that process and trust that when a local utility is willing to put some money into resilience and watershed protection work, provided it has NEPA planning and inclusive Indigenous participation, federal government would pour more money onto that local commitment without many strings.
Great, thank you. I would now like to turn to the JPAC members for any questions that you may have. Are there any questions that are top of your mind at this moment? Or TEK members? Yes, Felicia? And I should say comments or questions, both are welcomed. So
I've already used all my letters on comments. So thank you all for those great and inspiring presentations, all really good, and a great way to kind of circle together of all the things we've been talking about. I'm just curious if you were going to go back and do any of these huge endeavors over again, are there any lessons that you learned that you would want to share with others as they embark on trying to do these sorts of massive restoration, redemption, creativity efforts, bringing together people and crossing previously hard to cross divides?
Nadir, would you like to comment on that?
Sí, pues un gran aprendizaje.
A great learning for all the territorial processes is to link with the academia and with other organizations of the civil organization, and even with some role players of the government. It is important to maintain a dialogue, and especially to maintain the possibility of adding to these processes to partnerships in a strategic manner. In the case of Central Valleys in Oaxaca, it has been a route walking with many other organizations, the human rights of the United Nations, the defense of the rights of the indigenous peoples in Oaxaca, the defense of the territory. All this is so that the indigenous process of consultation in the Central Valleys would reach an agreement. Is that group, if sin that support of the collection that accompanies this process, we would not be talking about that decree.
Did you say my name?
Sorry. Do you have any comments or relating to Felicia's question?
I don't have a lot to say about doing anything sooner, but besides just, if you're thinking about it and you want to get started, just try to do it as soon as possible. We are in that time where we are in that changing time where we really need to focus on the environment and really need to focus not only on water restoration, but other biodiversity loss. And so the sooner we act, the sooner we can hopefully find ways to have a bright future with the environment and the water.
Thanks. And I might only add, don't be afraid to have the conversation sooner. And don't be afraid to be at the table and to learn, because you'll learn more from anything, from just being able to see what other people are discussing, what values are expressed as important. I think Blue Forest, a long time ago, we've been at this for 8 years. Initially, there was feedback, well, we don't like people making an investment profit on conservation. So, and I agree with that in many ways, although you can see there's a lot of flavors, and bond finance is how we fund a lot of things that people don't find objectionable in that respect with respect to funding public goods. And so Blue Forest, we said, well, we don't plan projects. We're not part of the planning process. And that's true, but we almost over moved in that direction where we weren't part of the conversations early on to be aware of what's being planned and to be aware of the interests and values. And I think we could have done a lot to help bridge the conversations between the appropriate parties at the tables around their shared interests and to help motivate some collective action towards some of these big challenges. So having a little bit more confidence that we all care about this. Let's all show up in part.
Great, thank you. Questions from the audience? Are there any? We'll have an input session immediately after this panel, so we'll have plenty of opportunities if something else comes to mind. But I do want to emphasize once again how impressed we are with the efforts of all three of you. They're all very different, all very valuable and important lessons for us. We very much look forward to hearing about your successes going forward. Please continue to reach out to the CEC and the JPAC. We, as you know, provide a link for public input to the environmental agency heads for the three countries. And we're always looking for advice and lessons learned and new ideas that may help us achieve our shared goals. We also want to remind everyone that that the end of this meeting is not really the end. We encourage everyone to be sharing information with us in the future, providing feedback, ideas that may come to mind on your trip home from this conference that you didn't have a chance to express or want to make sure is considered. we truly welcome any ideas and suggestions that you have so that we can work on these very difficult issues. And there's no one source of funding to achieve our goals. I think we're going to need a combination of funding from many different levels of government, but also not just from government. And we need private sector investment. We need NGOs and donations that are given to efforts that are important to us. And if we look at it from a holistic standpoint and seek funding and resources, and that includes human resources with volunteers and others, that will give us much more capacity to take on these tough issues and tough problems that we're facing, which are only going to grow in the future. We're going to need more resources, and we're going to need to do a better job of combining resources and being as effective and efficient as we possibly can. So with that, I want to thank you all. I want to thank our three panelists for great presentations, and I'll now turn it over to Octaviana. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Bob, for moderating session 3, water restoration, collaborations between communities and governments. I thank Annie from Canada, Nadir from Mexico, and of course, Nick from the United States. I can't believe that we're on time. I mean, we're better than on time. So you get a little longer break. So take a 10-minute break for refreshments, and then we will come back for the open dialogue. Bueno, gracias. Okay, welcome back. We're going to begin now the afternoon session, the last session, and it's the open dialogue on opportunities for environmental trilateral cooperation and other issues. We have now reached the final portion of our event where you will have an opportunity to share other examples of successful collaborations or alliances, or to bring to our attention any other issues you wish to share with us. I just want to remind you that we will be drafting our recommendations to the council after our meeting today, and your feedback is crucial and very important. You can revisit some of the most pressing issues you heard during the TEK-EG-led forum, or perhaps ask additional questions to our invited experts today. The floor is open to all of you joining us in person, as well as to our participants online. And I've asked my fellow JPAC members to join me. We have, starting way over there is from the US, Bob Barney, Felicia Marcus, y el señor Esteban Escamilla, representando México.
Representing Mexico, Esteban Escamilla.
And as you're thinking about what you may say to us, I'm going to start with Bob and ask Bob what he thinks the takeaway was for him during this public forum. During the public forum, anything from the 3 days that we've been together?
Well, I mean, it'd be a long list of takeaways, I think. One is that we should never forget the importance of reaching out to the public and seeking their advice, seeking their good ideas, hearing their problems, and encouraging them to voice concerns, but to, at the same time, try to find constructive ways that they can be addressed appropriately. I also have been taken by the passion that I've seen here today and in the prior 2 days with the TEK program. That passion really came through time and time again. And when you see that passion and you hear that passion and you feel that passion, it has a big impact on you, and it tells us that we're doing the right thing, and tell us that there's still many opportunities to improve and many issues to be addressed. And in a lot of cases, that's much better coordination, much more collaboration, many more good examples that can be shared with other places across North America, and also that we have so much in common. We really do. Despite differences in language and geography and habitat and everything else, we have so much in common, and it's just been a great experience to listen to you all and learn from you.
Well, very well said by Bob, as usual. I would, other things that I was, other things I was struck by was the quality of attention that everyone brought to listening to each other at this meeting, and the empathy and compassion that folks had in their interactions through the meeting, but also their interest in the stories that people were sharing. And I'm a story girl, so I like the stories because I find more inspiration in the stories of what people do than in telling other people what they ought to do. And so that's the examples that were given. Each one of the examples was the culmination of years and years of work on the part of many, many people, where the speaker was speaking on behalf not only of their organization necessarily, but of a whole collection of people that it took to make something good happen. And while a big takeaway is that it should not be this hard to do this work, the fact that so many people have taken the time to do it and to be willing to share their stories with each other and listen to each other's stories, not just sharing their own, and that so many of you have stayed, not just for today, but for all 3 days, is something that's very meaningful to me and very powerful. The second thing is, and this, I've talked to some people about that, the difficult thing I think for us is to think about how do we both distill what we heard here, adding on to what we've heard at other meetings, but we heard particularly here, and think about what strategically actionable items are that we can suggest to the ministers, not at then of just telling them what to do, but of telling a story as well that will draw them in to want to do more in this work. And I think the humanity and the thought and the passion and the hard work that everybody's brought to this makes me optimistic that we can come up with something to share that hopefully will share not just the words, but the flavor and the feeling of what's been done here.
Thank you. Thank you, Felicia. Before I turn to Esteban, I see that Kathy is at the mic. She is the facilitator for the TEK expert group. So I'll go to Kathy first.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank you for the work that you do all year long behind the scenes, and for this excellent program. You know, finding ways to work together better is one of the fun tasks, really, that we have in our shared work. One of the things I was left with after the 2 days of the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Workshop, and I heard it here again today, is the importance of engaging young people. And I just wondered if you might reflect a bit on how we can explore better ways of engaging young people in the work that we do here at CEC?
That's a good question.
Thank you, Kathy. Esteban?
Bueno, yo estoy muy
I'm
contento.
very happy for these 3 days. It has been fascinating, this trip through the water from Alaska and to know Sarah's stories, caribou, and to travel all the way to the peninsula with the honey bees and all the valuable information, interesting information, and especially in this state in Oaxaca, which I have special care because I did my thesis here about insects, eatable insects, and I learned about the generosity of these communities and the way of preserving and sharing. Today, we're talking about resiliency, and I think that the indigenous peoples is a great example of resiliency. I have worked a lot with coffee, and coffee is in the mountains. It's with the indigenous peoples. And usually the market is looking for productivity, and you obtain this in Brazil, Vietnam, in great exploitations. The coffee is mechanized. The producer in the mountains, the farmers are doing this as crafts. They harvest with families. They don't have that many yields, but they have great conservation of natural resources. Kathy's question, the work with the youth, I think that it is important. It's basic. But I would like to talk about an experience that we have had with boys and girls, because this is where we can coincide more. In the case of coffee, because of the problems of migration, we have carried out training courses in the summer for boys and girls, 8 to 12 years, children and grandchildren. And we talked about the story of the coffee, the legend of how it was harvested and how to treat the coffee and all that passionate world. After those days of education, they are fascinated. They want to be producers. They want to experience this experience, their work experiences with youth. But I would insist more with the children. I think that there's like sponges, and they define there the future. I think that the awareness, we have to work with them. Thank you.
Gracias. Sure.
Response to Kathy's question, which I know made Danielle very, very happy because he wants to do more and create a council. We've actually done more on that at some meetings, and certainly we did this. I don't know if it's funding permitting, but we've had whole groups. I think part of the challenge is the same challenge we have with just involving more people, because people are busy and they need support to come. And so I think it's just a question of focusing on it, which is what I think Danielle wants to do. And I think bringing more youth to these meetings, every time it's happened, it's been incredibly motivating and inspiring. There's nothing that motivates an old boomer like me than seeing a young person that we failed in terms of, protecting the world, though many of us have tried for decades, and that extra incentive to work together with them to figure out how to help leave them a better world than it feels like we're leaving them is very motivating. But it's also, it's not just seeing their bright young faces, it is working, thinking side by side with them in these meetings, because they're not giant and can be somewhat intimate. I mean, it's not the right word to translate, but they're familiar, and we have time at tables, and we have time at meals to talk. I think we just need to keep trying to find the funding to engage people and ask those of you who deal with us to help us find all these great folks. So I have found them at times, and I think it's a great idea.
I now want to have our colleague friend from Canada, Elizabeth, if you could introduce yourself and then tell us a little bit about what your takeaway was for the time that you were part of this afternoon's listening to all the sessions, 2 sessions that we had.
Thanks, Octaviana, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I should do a check. Okay. Wonderful. Well, my name is Elizabeth Whitsitt. I'm a professor of international economic law here in Calgary, Alberta. And it's a pleasure to have joined this afternoon and to listen to the panels of the day. In terms of what I take away, I think maybe a couple things, not entirely new from what we've already heard, but I think important nonetheless. The first message that I take away is the need for innovation and creative thinking. And I really took that from our panelists on financing, Nick, I think, and just the need to come up with creative ways to sort of restore and solve some of our environmental problems. And with that, our friend Annie from the Métis, that kind of innovation requires at the same time a connection to tradition and to be aware of how to marry the two. Our Indigenous community knowledge with creative solutions for today's environmental problems. And I really think that what I take away is that we can do that, that we have to do it more. And then also on our last point here for discussion that Kathy raised, the need to engage our youth in all of that. I mean, if the innovators of the future are really gonna motivate us, I think, to do some very good things. And I think we want to think about that in a really foundational way going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm going to turn now to the CEC staff to let me know if there are any questions or comments that are coming in from Zoom, online. No? Okay, then we're going to turn to this lady.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. What can I tell you? 20 years ago, I started having awareness on the environmental in air, water, alternative energies, technology, blah, blah, blah. But then I noticed about the importance of the agro and the production of the agro and the communities that work with the agro. So I did the bulletin like 2000 agro, like 2000 agro, like miracles. If we don't change, if we don't produce, if we don't get organized, we are going to survive by miracle. So for me, it's very important, and I want to congratulate all of you. I learned a lot today. I learned a lot, and I became more sensitive, and I would like to thank you for that. Now, how are we going to work with the different communities so that they can also be present and that we are aware of what they're doing it and how they're doing it? That's the key. And later on, I did the bulletin of the protocols of all the embassies because I was interested in knowing what they were doing in Switzerland, in Holland, what they were doing here and there with new technologies and proposals. So I believe that the globe became small. So now I want to learn more from my brothers and sisters, from my Indigenous peoples, brothers and sisters. It is very important. Learning is very important. But I believe that one of the issues is how to communicate. the issue of agriculture. Agriculture is the activity that demands more water. In recent years, we have had some progress, at least in Mexico. Starting in 2019, the Secretariat of Agriculture is promoting a program of production, agroecological production, with the idea of not using so many synthetic products, insecticides, pesticides. So it has ecology as a way of being able to produce, and not only the technical side, but all the agroecology that it includes. On the other hand, we have the Secretariat of the program Sembrando Vida, or this is a paradigm, a changing paradigm, where we are looking to produce food through the milpa, the three sisters that they call maize, beans, and squash, which is another part of the Mexican food. So we're looking for the food security, and we're looking for planting different species, fruit species, agro-industrial and agroforestry systems in order to have income through production, that the farmer doesn't depend only on one product, not only monoproduction, but to have a plan of diversification of income that gives them economic stability. On the other hand, we have a side of planting trees, thinking about everything that the trees will offer of environmental and ecosystemic services. This program is 5 years old, and it has other important points, and that producers meet in work groups, and that we rescue that fabric, and that's coming from indigenous peoples, and that we evolve towards cooperatives. And well, examples of this nature, and we have the Tosepan in Puebla, which is a complete strategy, which has shown that it is possible in the indigenous peoples to generate productive development projects and even defense of the territory. I think that even though we have difficulties and we have situations that are adverse, we have to evaluate the results and see that from this we can continue taking advantage for the future. I think that there are important and interesting things.
Adelante. If you could, when people come to the microphone, if you could state your name and if you're representing an organization.
Sí. Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Israel Martinez, and I am here as part of the National Network of Public Policy Advisors, RENAE. I come from Oaxaca de Juarez, the capital city, and I'm going to start by mentioning some things that have to do with water in Oaxaca and in general. In the Central Valley region, we have two rivers, the Salt River that goes from Mitla to the city and ends up connecting with the Atoyac River, and the Atoyac River that comes from Etla and that ends in the coast. A while ago, I knew from the news that a civil organization filed an amparo for those rivers to be cleaned. At the end, they were able to be granted in favor of them, but they have not been able to enforce the cleaning of those rivers. So that's a problem that we face with these rivers. Another problem has to do with water treatment plants. The municipal authorities have built water treatment plants as a policy to clean water, but after 5, 10, or 15 years, those water treatment plants are obsolete. They are not working. They do not work as they should. and they are completely abandoned or almost abandoned. And there's another thing that has to do with water. All Mexicans know that the Transismic train has been created, Transismic, which is a channel for the containers, and there's going to be pressure in water because there are going to be more tourism, more people from the trade world, and there are going to be more services. So hotels and restaurants will require more water. So we do not know what the projected water use would be, but I am certain that it will be a problem because one of the companies that supplies with water with the Huastepec easement is at 25% of the level of the regular level. So that trend is to have less water. Therefore, there's going to be more pressure for these water systems. Then we also have another problem, which is linked to water. And if we do not have forests and water factories, this is going to be affected. And this has to do through that there's a worm, and we have some communities that are facing problems with a worm. And unfortunately, we don't have commissions from the Juarez mountain range or others that are disseminating that problem or trying to address this problem with this worm, this pest. But in the coast, we have we have logging. For instance, in Huatulco, every 20 years, we have a Chinese mob and starts logging wood that is used for Chinese sticks. And I have been told about this by people that have some lands in the zone of the coast. And we also have the coast, the beach that is highly contaminated. And finally, the other problem that we have in Oaxaca de Juárez is the landfill. We used to have an open landfill, and it was not in Oaxaca de Juárez, it was in Sachila, which is another municipality. And Sachila and the neighborhoods around said, we don't want this open landfill, and it was closed. And it's been a year since we have no place to place the waste in Oaxaca. So they started providing brochures to separate waste, and 90% of the population is currently separating the waste. The CONACYT, it has been developing a study in Oaxaca, and this is the first city where they found where the organic and inorganic waste is successfully separated. So what happens now with the inorganic waste when we don't have any landfills to dispose of this waste? There was an agreement with Cruz Azul cement plant, which is located in Lagunas, Oaxaca, but transportation is very expensive for the municipality of Oaxaca de Juárez. There is a report was created in August, and 150 million pesos have been spent in transportation to transfer urban waste, solid waste, to the landfill far away from Oaxaca. So this money is not being used for educational purposes and others. So that's where the population is being negatively impacted. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Does anyone from the JPAC want to
No,
make a comment or
thank you for
respond?
sharing
Yeah.
all of that. Those are, I was just reliving, having been a public works director in a city, some of those same challenges. But thank you for sharing. It's a lot to take in. But thank you.
Nang. Shosreader Alexander Oji, Kuchaje, Watsanithli, Guchin Council International, I'm Edward Alexander, and I'm the co-chair and head of delegation for Guchin Council International. I didn't really have a comment on a lot of the presentations today, but I had a comment on, there was a young man who came up and spoke today and a couple of days ago, and he was from Chiapas, and he had talked about recognition for his people, right? He said that our people are not federally recognized. How do we work with these governments if we don't have recognition? How do we move forward and so forth? And one of the things that it made me think about is that we haven't always been federally recognized either. And you have to understand that. When I was a teenager, the United States government and the government of the state of Alaska denied that Gwich'in existed at all. That was the official position of the US government until 1991. So I would just encourage people, we didn't receive federal recognition through a new law being passed. We didn't receive it by the Constitution of the United States being changed. We received our recognition by administrative regulation. By administrative regulation, there was a woman by the name of Ada Deer, who was Assistant Secretary of Interior for the United States, who came to our community and stayed with our family and went and visited other communities around Alaska and said, hey, wait a minute, there's Native people here. There's Indigenous people here, and they should be on this federally recognized list. And so that was one path to getting recognized. But, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, that also, was adopted at the UN, but it didn't get pushed through the United States until the State Department issued a regulation saying, yes, we should move forward with this, right? And it's because we showed up to those meetings, just like you're showing up here to this meeting, that those kinds of changes are made. And so maybe someday soon, you guys will have the recognition that you deserve as an Indigenous community. And maybe someday soon, CEC will also work with Indigenous communities to have a role for us as permanent participants in this process, or establish some sort of methodology that can accommodate Indigenous peoples in a more forthright manner. Masicho, thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Ay, muy arriba. Mi nombre es
Hello,
Elisa
everyone. My name is Elisa Martinez. I had already made some comments. I come from the Institute of the Valley of Oaxaca. I'm Mixtec. I'm from Oaxaca. Even though I studied outside Oaxaca, it was inevitable to come back to my roots. I would like to comment something because what just happened is the exchange that I was expecting to listen to other countries like Canada and the US, how they were able to face the path we are going through. And for me, it was very sad not to see more other indigenous organizations. The Mixtec is an international example of arid zones around forests that also have a rainforest. So it is a huge contrast. And the truth is that this feeling of the people from Oaxaca, as my previous colleague mentioned, is sometimes used to know how to do things, and that knowledge is not part of our nations anymore. And the CEC and other international agencies now have the opportunity to do something if they cannot support us to be recognized. Maybe you can open these means of communication. So our previous colleague said, we are sorry we don't see more indigenous organizations. This is an international event with a great CV and background. I think that if we had seen more representatives from indigenous organizations, we would be able to have more exchange. If we have been able to do so, you will be able to do so as well. That's what we expected. That's what I would have liked to see in all these organizations in Oaxaca. Thank you so much.
Amazing tribute to the TEK expert group to have put this together and for the CEC to have funded it so that we could bring as many people as are here. I think there are international meetings that happen, but for us, I think this is a historic one. And it's also the first time that we've done a meeting on fresh water, either the JPAC or the TEKJ. So again, it's just a start. And now the task is figuring out how to move forward and get further funding from the three governments that contribute to the CEC to hopefully build something bigger and more inspiring. And I thank you for the recommendations. The recommendations about recognition go beyond water, but I'd love to talk about that a little bit more because that is the kind of thing that I want to work on next year just in my job, but also to think about the kinds of recommendations we can make that elevate that, not just as a moral good, but as an important good for everyone at all kinds of levels. And so, although we've talked about that, I'm glad that you raised that one in particular. I also think in these meetings, they vary by meeting, they vary by size. There were times when we had way more money to bring people to our meetings. And again, that's why my greatest gratitude to the TEK expert group for pushing for this project and pushing for the funding. And then we need to get more and we need to do more, because then the ideas can gel in a way that are graspable and exciting to the ministers. Because ultimately, we need to be able to make recommendations to the ministers to create that next meeting that they're at that gets them inspired, which has happened in Victoria. I think we acquired even more heft between the TEK expert group and then our support of their work as our top priority, with water being another priority, forestry being another one this year that we're trying to focus on, in some ways focus on fewer issues so that we might be able to have a greater impact. So I guess it's a long way of saying I view this as the start of something, not as to build on, not as the penultimate meaning.
Hola, muy buenas tardes a todas y a todos. ¿Cómo
Good
están?
afternoon. How are you? I'm very happy to know. I'm very, very happy to be here with you today. My name is Fanny Yvonne Guzman Vasquez. I'm the president of the Ejido Cutla Ejido Cutla in Oaxaca. I have 160 ejidos and communities. The ejidos and communities have our own patrimony, and we have legal representation. The ejidos and communities are embracing all the indigenous peoples that we have in the whole national territory. The indigenous peoples are immersed in us, in our ejidos and communities. To my colleague that just spoke before me, she said because this gathering was not communicated, I commit that tomorrow, when we have an agroecology international forum of agroecology, I will transmit the message, and that in the next forum that you invite us to have more participation of the ejidos and communities, if not from the whole country, those that are near, because it is very important, because we are the owners of the territory. And if we are the owners of the territory, we have to participate in a responsible manner in the care and the promotion of a new law, in an addendum to all the requirements, the success stories that you are having in Canada and the United States, to be able to adapt them, and that we culturally can give you our opinions of what we're doing for water conservation. It is very important that you get to know us, that we know each other, and that we generate that communication bridge and work. Because what Jorge was saying, if we don't do something today and we don't walk our second mile, we're going to lose this land. And it's the only thing that we have, and it's the only thing that we're going to leave to our children, to our grandchildren. More than 15 years ago, I read, and I don't remember what magazine, and they said by 2020, we're going to have a climate crisis. And from that day on, I committed to myself that I wanted to do something to implement. I was a commissioner of Ejido, and I planted 50 hectares with our own resources, with 50 people. With Harvard Look gave me the plant. We carried out a study, but it happens that we don't have water because we planted it in mountains where we used to have forests. But because of the forest fires, we lost everything. So that titanic work that I said I'm going to contribute with my grain of salt. Yes, in all this in all this planet, it's just a grain of sand because it's a little bit. I had a success at 90% in the planting, but in conservation, little by little with the drought, the plants started dying. My heart hurts. And they tell me, why, Commissioner, why do you cry? Why do you suffer? And I tell them, because it's life. So that part of education that you touch on, those workshops with the children, I would like to have more communication to tell us when and where and how can we make an application to share those experiences, and to start with the children and the youth to educate, so that this small grain of salt that I have is like a duplication, and like all those grains of salt that you contribute as organizations in order to maximize our efforts, that we have good objectives. Thank you from the bottom of my heart that you dedicate part of your life and time to contribute to the planet. Thank you very much.
My name is Sarah James, and I grew up off the land. When I was 13 years old, I still don't know when to say yes and when to say no. And we live out the land, maybe 50 miles from nearest neighbor, just my family. We never got harmed by any other animal out there. We lived there with them. Sometimes I go to sleep listening to a wolf crying or hollering. And my mother even know when they're hungry and they're desperate. And she understands them. She, at one time, Owl gave her message what is going on in town. The town were pretty far from everybody. We live out there for so long, sometime I forget what it is like in civilization. There's a plant in the summer, it got flowers on it and then it get dry. And then wind blow against it, it sounds like paper sack. And we go right by it and I look at it, I listen to it. And I thought to myself, civilization, I hear paper sack, paper. We don't even have papers. We don't even have trash. When we leave one place where we stay, we leave nothing there. We don't even leave a scent there. We even brush it with tree branches or willow, and with ashes. We even put ashes. Hunter go out there, they put ashes on their body because it eats up their human scent. Is that like an acid? Yeah, so that's how I learned growing up. And the first time I experienced BIA school, Indian Affairs school at home, because they force our parents that we have to go to school. And there, we got mistreated. They feed us raw beans for lunch. I remember. That's why I don't like beans that well. But the more among the people, it's getting better for me. And I have a lump on my head because a teacher, the ruler is like that little ruler. And it's like that, they don't hit you like that. They hit you with the sharp side. So I do have a lump on my head. And sometimes I don't even do anything wrong. I still get hit and hit because everybody get hit in the head, even if one child do something wrong. So I went through that early age. And then that's just going to school, local BIA school, barely supply, sometimes no heat. And then I had to go to boarding school. And that's when I was 13 years old, I couldn't speak English. I had to finish high school within 6 years. I skipped 6 years because I had to get out of there, or else I'll be the oldest one in the boarding school. And then I couldn't go on to college because I didn't do algebra, physics, geometry. So I just got regular high school diploma with C-. That's the best I can do. And so I had to go on what they call BIA again, relocation. I went to Alcatraz because in those days, it was a hippie days. I don't have any clothes. My mom and dad don't have money. They don't send me money. I'm lucky if I get $20 for Christmas. The other time, $10, $5. Not often. So that's how I grew up. And I learned more of what when we were out in the land. That means more to me. There's respect, there's recycle, reuse, and all these, and refuse, and we live off the land, and we share, and they're our teacher, grandma and grandpa, and my parents, and the land itself is teacher to me. Now, one time at textbook, they asked me to read about beaver, 12 page. I can't read. I still can't read. And but I already know about beaver, so I just went through it. I had to take speed reading, and I had to go to summer school for 3 years to try to catch up. And I took speed reading. That kind of helped me get past high school. Well, anyway, to make a story short, I can't get over waste. When I first got out to the city, I still can't get over the waste. And I believe in the recycle, reuse, reduce, and refuse. And that the way we took care of the land before the contact. When we were out in the land, my mom, we had to cook our meat to the fire with stick. We don't go and try to get the best out of one bush, get 3, and throw that away. So you go over there and get one. That's what my parents would tell me. And sewer to us is that we already took care of to decompose. And we watch for water, headwater, and where the clean water is and all that. We always used to make it one glacier to another, because sometimes summertime, there's no caribou or a moose, but sometimes moose hang around glaciers, stay cool, and from the mosquito, and so is caribou. So that's how we get our meat too. But, and for clean water, we even have different level of ice name for it. I don't know it now, but we know which one is a good to drink. We got water season. Come December, snow, we don't use the top snow, it's polluted, like my mom, check that means dirty. And we get the icicle one down below. That's what we have for drinking. And then December, we come to where they start melting. Once the top snow is melting, that icicle down there is no good. It's no good story. And so I had to switch to ice, glacier ice, or get the ice from the river. Because, and we use that ice until the ice move out, and the ice that come ashore, that we use that too. And then there's a creek coming out from glacier or glacial water. We will go through that until middle of summer. Then we could use river water up to December again. So we do have water season, and that's what we go by. And that's, I couldn't fish my part. I'm honored to be part of TEK. And we're talking about water, but my part, I couldn't do it. I couldn't finish my report everybody else did. Because what I was telling, there's hardly any elders at home verifying my story, and I am one of the elders there. And that's why we had to make a trip to Alaska, and it was a successful trip. And one of the ways that I've been, when water came up, and that's an issue we're going to talk about, because among TEK, we're talking about everybody, even our people, they do that. One day we're going to have no water. People's going to die for no water. Everybody's saying that. We know it's going to happen. There's too much development, too much pollution to the air, too much forest fire and forest cutting forests, and we're causing it, and we're gonna run out of water. And I think we made the right decision, because when Indian people make decisions, they don't make a brief decision. They make decision for 7th generation. I counted that. That's about over 200 years. So by 200, maybe 100, 200 years, there won't be any water. Maybe we are making the right decision. So that's how usually Indigenous people make decisions. And I thought, and then that means when we make decision, we stick with it for 7th generation. If we don't work at it, it's not gonna work. We have to work at it in order to make it work by 7th generation. That's how my people made decision on caribou. 1988, Arctic Village, June 5 to 10. It was like a rebirth of nation. People came in from Canada, Yukon, because we used to be nomadic people, one band of people, which is Netsai. But the school forced us to settle certain places, colonize us into village life. So people choose places where they can survive. So there was 15 villages, some in Canada. We've been separated by Canadian Cochin for 150 years, but we came back together because caribou were caribou people, and I was threatened. Long time ago, they used to come together when something threatened their nation or for sport reasons. So they make, when they make decisions like that, it's usually for 7th generation. So it happened in Arctic Village to protect the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. I was one of them got chosen to be the spokesperson to fight for the caribou. They chose 4 from Canada and 4 from US. And one of the things that they told us is that nobody knows us. They don't know there's even Cochin. They don't even know there was Arctic Village. They don't even know there was porcupine caribou. How could we win? Oil is huge. And I said, the only way is we get these 8 people we choose to go out in the world and teach the world why we say no in a good way. And make friends. And we did up to Obama administration. And we did. And then Obama administration, everybody wanted to be a winner, you know, people that help us out here around Alaska, among our own people. And because they thought Obama was going to do it for us. But we couldn't because we don't have representatives, House. And so, and then they thought they were gonna elect Hillary, but election went wrong. It even went bad, worse. So my tribe, we own 1.8 million acres of land, which is Vinitang and Arctic Village. Our leader, everybody's leaders' hands are tied throughout the world because it wasn't a good time. But we came back together and said we're going to do that as a tribe, government to government. And they chose me again to be the spokesperson as an elder, spokesperson for my life, they told me. And they told us that too, that 8 people they chose, 1988, said, you can't do this on your turn to educate the world in a good way. Why we say no to oil? You have to be yourself, you have to be good, and that you can't change. So you're not going to have a turn. This is for your life. They told us that. That's one thing they told us. And do it in a good way. Educate the world in a good way. Stay united. And the 15 chief, they passed a resolution to go against oil. That had to be renewed every 2, not renewed, but resign again every 2 years. That's been happening. We've been fighting for 36 years. Every time new president, we go through EIS and environmental impact statement. Now we're going through it again. So each time we win. And this is a national issue for United States. For environmental issue. And the population in the United States, even during the hard time, Trump administration, still 70% of the United States population don't want to see that oil and gas there. So we won repeatedly, but we still had to go through EIS again. So I just want to say, in our, we're always going to be Indigenous. We're always going to be who we are, and we're proud of it. Our children are proud of being Caribou people. They used to fight among each other, different school or different sport activity or gather. They don't fight anymore because they got to know their relatives. They got to know they're all Caribou people. So I just want to tell story on and on, and just to try to help. And I'm really proud to be here, Oaxaca. And I've been here before a couple of times. One was, I ran through here from Alaska to Panama, and that was called Peace and Dignity Journey, just to open up all our trails so we united again. We do it every 4 years. I only did it once, it was year 2004. So we're gonna do another one, 2024. And yeah, these young people give me hope, and all those lawyers give me hope, because we got our own lawyers too. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. You're so inspirational.
Can I say something about Sarah? Because I've been with the CC now for about a little over a year, and I've listened to you 3 or 4 times. And I'm finally realizing that it's one long story you're telling us. And every time I listen to you, I hear part of your story. And I think it's important for us to understand that TK has a lot to do with storytelling. And to be able to really understand, you have to listen. And you have to change the time and the space and the format because the lawyers don't have good formats and good times to tell stories. So thank you.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. All the stories are very inspiring. And I am Cecia Chuk. I am Mayan from the state of Campeche. I represent the Southeast, specifically the peninsula of Yucatan. All stories are very inspiring, and I believe that something that has touched my heart and my being is that not only is there a climate crisis, but there is also a humanism crisis. I believe that we have had a loss of connection with other human beings, and we need to restore this spiritual feeling, the stories of origin that we heard from the very first day from our brothers and sisters from the US, those animals that are part of the origin stories, the stories of origin of our life, from the Arctic to the region where great civilizations developed, have common stories, and we can work together towards that common ground to be able to restore our spiritual feeling, our connection with these other creatures, living creatures. And we have many stories that connect us with every plant, with an insect, with a bird, with a child, when a child is angry, and we say that he is chechon, that he cries very easily, and he looked at the larvae of the ants to put the larva on the back of on the cervix, on the back of his on his back. What is happening? This child is being connected with another being. When a small child, a 2-year-old child, does not speak, there's a plant called suput, and the fruit is like a twisted tongue, and you have to untwist it, and you're being connected with the nature so you can start speaking when you are 2 years old and you haven't been able to do so. So when you are young, they tell you about a bird that has beautiful feathers, but though that beauty made this bird being very proud and vain. And this can happen. You can experience the same thing as the bird that was confined to live in the cenotes and in the caves. You are being connected with nature. So all these stories connect you with nature. We share all these stories with our brothers and sisters from Canada and the US, and we as Mexico, with this wealth of cultures where there are many cosmovisions, where there are many connections to our world. So a recommendation is that we need to have to have common grounds based on our experiences, and the CEC has to go to the communities. Well, not many communities knew about this event. So we have to go to the communities, interact with them, have this dialogue and discussions, and have shared experiences with Indigenous peoples. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am reminded that this event, this forum, will be posted online on the CEC website. It was shared just a few moments ago that over the 3 days, there's been over 100 participants on the online format. So thank you all for being part of this wonderful 3-day event. I also have to say that when I became the JPAC chair about a year ago, well, that I was inducted, let's say, and my tenure began in January of 2023. And I have to really thank the TEK expert group, the JPAC fellow members, the CEC staff, and the executive director, Jorge Daniel, for really listening to what was needed in bringing the Indigenous knowledge, the Indigenous voices, indigenizing the CEC. Thank you. Thank you for helping us on this journey. And that is why we're here. And as Gail said the other day, there was a reason that you are here. It was meant for you to be here. And I think this type of forum will continue because I've heard from all of you in different gatherings, individually, as well as in our collective listening, that this was very important because we're learning from each other. We're engaging with one another. And we're developing networks, allies, partners in this process of coming together. I would like to thank the JPAC members, the TEK expert group, our invited speakers, and the public, both in person as well as online, for participating in our meeting. Your feedback is very important, and will assist us in providing our recommendations to the council. I would like to thank the CEC Secretariat staff, the interpreters, the AV staff for all their hard work and dedication, as well as everyone who joined us virtually. As part of our efforts to improve our events, we would very much appreciate it if you could fill out a short survey by clicking on the QR code that will be put up on the screens momentarily. There it is. And also being displayed different sections of the room outside. And there are printed copies as well. So look for Georgina if you would like a printed copy for this particular survey. Thank you all. I take this opportunity to wish you all the best for the upcoming holiday season and New Year. Dios en Chocutesia. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much for being with us.